stick, you can use a stick, a tube, for both stick fighting training for fighting with a collapsible baton, for example, or a solid stick that's heavier. You can also use for training for machete fighting or short sword fighting. This is simple tool, just a hollow tube that's light. And this, you can use it for training, meaning this is a training stick. So I can use this to practice for fighting with a heavy stick, like a weapon stick. It has more heft to it and it's harder. I can still use it to practice for fighting with a stick, like the wheel there, same dimensions or close to it. I can also use it to train machete fighting or sword fighting. Now, there's different ways to wield the stick. And if you look at my training videos when I do stick fighting, if I don't explain it, you might be able to tell when in the training I'm using the stick as a stick and when I'm using it as a sword or machete. So, what are the differences? With a stick, I want to hit the special collapsible baton with the tip of the stick, the very tip of the stick, and not in the middle or closer to it. I want to hit with the very tip. With a machete, it can actually be an advantage to hitting further down. There's more cutting real estate. There's so much cutting you can do per centimeter of blade, see? So if you start cutting here, you impact here with the machete, you have forward motion. Notice the length of blade. If there's an arm here, and this was a machete, with the stick, using it as a stick, I want to hit with the tip of this, and that makes it hit harder. It hits harder at the tip of the stick. Blunt force trauma, like a collapsible baton. You don't want to hit with the middle. For maximum power impact, you want to hit with the tip. So all the force is concentrated to this little stick. A lot of collapsible batons will have a ball, or it looks like the top of a flagpole where it has a thing to concentrate all that force in this small area. And bone breaking. Now, using this as a stick, if I'm thinking I'm playing for collapsible baton fighting, I'm looking to hit with the tip of the stick, like a hammer. If you hammer your nail, don't hit with the handle, don't hit with the tip of the hammer. With a machete, so basically for extra power, for maximum power impact, wielding this training stick as a stick, not a machete or short sword, I want to hit with the tip like the silvery part. Here. If it's a machete, it can actually be more effective, the opposite, paradoxically, hitting in the middle, because this relies on blunt force trauma and have the most leverage and I hit the hardest with a hammer if I hit with the tip. Blunt force trauma. Now with a machete, if I hit like this, notice how much blade real estate is being dragged. And each inch of blade dragged over what I'm cutting gives you more cutting power. So if I want to cut something with a machete, it's like using a saw pretty much. You start not with the tip of the saw and pull, and then go back to the tip and pull. You start at the base and drag it, and then you get more cutting power that way. So with a stick, I want to hit with the tip. If I'm wielding it as a machete or short sword, it's actually like the inverse. Yeah, you can hit with the tip, but it's not as big of a deal if you don't. And there can actually be advantages to hit with the middle. So with a stick, the maximum impact with my techniques, I want to connect with the tip of it. With a machete, it's not as important to connect with the tip. Of course, hitting with the tip can cause a lot of damage with a machete or sword. But hitting here and then sliding, you can actually make it cut more. If you want to cut something, if you think about this intuitively, if you want to cut something, you start at the base, so you have more length of blade, giving more cutting power. So if I want to cut something, this was a stick like a rope or paracord, and I want to cut it with a knife, I wouldn't put it at the tip and push to cut it in one motion. If I want to cut it in one motion, swinging my arm, I want to put the base of the blade and then drag the whole blade to cut, get maximum cutting power. So you can use a stick such as this, a hollow tube, to train both stick fighting and machete fighting. Let's talk a little bit more about the differences. So if I'm wielding as a stick, I can hit 360, see? I can hit, notice my thumb here, there's no blade alignment to be worried about. Now you can hit harder if you're hitting like border mechanics, where you're hitting in front of your thumb. If I'm holding my thumb here, hitting with the part of the stick that's in front of my thumb, like straight lines. Now, with a stick, it relies on blunt force trauma, which means I can hit at the side any which way, and I'm hitting. See? So with a stick, I can hit here. See, I can hit holding it like this is my thumb. I can hit here, and don't tie this at home, okay? But I can hit here, and I'm just tapping it. But I can feel there's a low level pain signal, okay? And like if you're training knee strikes, something like this, or kids, you feel a little bit, it's like, whatever, you can feel how hard you're hitting based off what you're feeling, and also what you're hearing, a signal of what you're hitting. Now here's the point. It's like real-time tactile sense feedback, real-time feedback. So here, using it as a stick, I can hit with the side here, and I'm still hitting, delivering blunt force trauma. Now this is just light tapping, but you can imagine if you hold it and you really put some heft into it, like it's a cranium, and even just start swinging it like this, sideways, you can do something. So with a stick, I can hit 360. I can hit the side. Here's my thumb, see? Here's my thumb. With a machete, I can only cut in front of my thumb, and blade line is important. Which means if I'm wielding this, usually to train for machete or sword fighting, I have a cutting edge, and blade line is important. Which means it's going to be in front of my thumb. If I want to hurt you with the machete, the sword, I have to have the blade line correct. It's only cutting in front of my thumb, the way I have my thumb position right now, not the hand grip. The thumb is showing you the blade line. So the opposite side of the thumb is the blade. See? So if this is a machete, I can cut like this, I can cut like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, but I'm only cutting it from my thumb. With a stick, I can hold it, just the same grip, and hit this way, hit this way, any way I'm swinging this, I'm hitting with the tube, and it relies on blunt force trauma. So it's not like one sharp side that you want to hit with to cause damage. It relies on blunt force trauma, which means I can hit here, I can go back and hit with the back, I can hit in all kinds of ways, and that tube is impacting and hitting. Whereas if I'm wielding it, so yes, you can use one simple tool, a tube, a stick, to practice both stick fighting, and it makes sense that you use a light stick. So if I would get a collapsible baton, like what tops and secure have, that's this length, it would be better to train with this rather than the real thing, at least initially, to build up whatever like fringe muscle groups might be used to wielding a heavy object and things like this. So it's like progressive overload, meaning if I'm going to have a heavy baton and use it, it can be better to train first with a lower weight. It's looking like bodybuilding. You start with a low weight that you can control well and build up whatever muscle groups that are used for baton wielding. I'm building those muscle groups up with a low weight, which decreases the risk of injury and wear and tear of ligaments and stuff. And I'm strengthening my body for the use. Meaning, if I'm doing this with a light stick, whatever muscles I use in my body to do this with a light stick are being built to be able to do that with a heavier stick. Now, could I use a heavy stick already? Yes. But for training, getting many reps in and perfecting your form and things like this, it's better to use a light stick for training for fighting with a heavy stick. It can be. So something as simple as this, the whole tube. I can use this both for training stick fighting, and I can use it training for stick fighting with a solid stick, like the Filipinos like a solid stick. That's got lockdown or something, whatever. They have like sticks. You can use this practicing for fighting with a solid stick that's not collapsible, or you can use it for training with a collapsible baton, and you can use it the same tool for practicing short sword fighting or machete fighting. A machete is pretty much like a sword. So if I'm wielding it, the same tool I use it to practice sword fighting, short sword fighting, machete fighting, and stick fighting. And there's going to be some differences in how I wield it. So it could be I start wielding it, like right now I'm using it like a stick, and then I switch to using it like a machete. So for machete, use it as a short sword machete. I like to use my thumb here. And the blade line is in front of my thumb is the cutting side. So you can think that this is a machete. So if I want to cut something, I want to hit in front of my thumb to cut it. If this was a machete. And it's only cutting in front of the thumb like this. Whereas if it's a stick, I can wield it any which way. I can, like I said before, I can hit, look at the thumb. So the blade of this machete is only ready to cut down here. But if it's a stick, I can hit like this, 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 I can hit like this. It's like any which way. And it's a tube and it's blunt force trauma, not cutting. And for stick fighting, I like to use the hand grip with the thumb at the side. And for using it to train for sword fighting, machete fighting, I like to have my thumb at the back to keep tight the blade alignment, which is the same gripping method I use for knife fighting training. If I'm using the regular grip, quote unquote, I like to have my thumb at the back. And if I'm using reverse grip, thumb at the bottom. But if I'm holding a knife the regular way, I don't like to use the hand grip. I like to use the thumb at the back a lot of times. Now, obviously, you can use it like this too. But here's the grip that I end up using a lot in training with the regular grip. The thumb at the back. And that grip works for a lot of blade designs. This is a miniature dagger. So, we'll do a little bit. And there's so many different things I can do. So you can use this just for body conditioning and like muscle building. Meaning I can use this to exercise my wrists and fingers while also using techniques. So it's like whatever way the phone is delivering energy to the cranium right now. And if I can use finger power to hit, see, there's a lot of finger power, like arm punching. It's like finger hitting. And there's a lot of wrist and fingers used right now. And what am I doing? Well, one thing that I'm doing, see, with the fingers, if I do that enough, is I can exercise the grip strength and the wrist strength, see, while also having experience with generating force, see. Like this is a way where I can hit hard enough and I'm not losing control of the weapon, even though I'm mostly using like a loose grip and then using my fingers and my wrist to hit. Another way to hit, and this is less likely to use it like this in a fight. I mean, if you use it as a weapon like that, if you use it like this. But it's like there's things you can do that work for drills more than real world combat. There's things you can do to practice things that works really good for a drill, but doesn't translate. It's not like the most likely form or method or technique you end up using in a fight. Now, you don't only want to do the things that you wouldn't do in a fight or least likely. But, for example, in a stick fight, I'm unlikely to hold it like this if I need to use a stick to defend myself, like my life. It's like I'm unlikely to have it. What is one of the risks? It will easily dissolve. So vector retention is lower with this. I'm just having my fingers here, and it's very easy for me to lose this, okay? At any point of time, from holding it to the impact, since it's only like the fingers, it's easier for me to lose this. But nonetheless, you can do this, and you're drilling, and you're learning experientially the energy flow, where I'm generating impact force, generating impact, kind of worst case scenario. So right now I'm doing something where I'm able to hit pretty hard using only the fingers and the grip. Well, mostly the fingers and the wrist. See? And what I'm doing, it becomes like a finger exercise, a little bit different, like a grip strength trainer. Also, I'm feeding my brain with information about this object, wielding it in any which way, about the weight, the balance, the dimensions, and my brain is learning about the object by wielding it. Like anything you do to wield it, it's feeding your brain with data on the object, like the reach, the characteristics, the handling, and getting better at handling. So when using this without gloves in training before, something like this, a stick with grip tape, a lot of times after a while training, I feel like I got burning in my hands and I get like a carpet burn. Sometimes you get skin rub off here, friction burns it's called. So not gonna do too much, especially if you don't keep a firm grip, but you're letting it move around inside of the hand in different ways. So we use it with normal grip, not heavy grip like this, down to the side. It's like a stick. And I can use a board like this and start from here. And this can go up to shield as I'm advancing to close the distance to deliver this. Meaning from here, I can use this as a shield as I'm moving in. Which means if it's stick on stick fighting and I'm moving in, something goes at my head could hit the arm and the head. So, dealing with that. I also like to use my left arm to bounce attacks off of. And there's also a power assist cut that works with machetes, where it's an X-cut combo and it works best with momentum. So it's one, and also I do here, I go back here. So it's from the right diagonal cut down here, and then go up here. That can be hit or miss. It can be hit and slide, or it can be miss. Here, I go up here, and then launch from this arm. So I'm maintaining a block, a goal on the left side, and I'm using this to launch from. And this does many things, talk about what this is doing. I'm maintaining a block here, a guard. It also helps me to not cut myself. Meaning, if I have this left hand doing random stuff and let it hang out, I'm more likely than I'm cutting myself as I'm with the weapon or hit myself. So keeping your hands to yourself, keeping the non-wielding arm close to yourself and like fixed can help you as you're moving the weapon around to not end up accidentally hitting yourself. That's one thing, that picking a guard, like having your arm close to your body as I'm wielding this around different ways. It makes it less likely. It helps me to not end up hitting myself. Whereas if I have the arm here or something like this, it's more likely to end up accidentally hitting my non-wielding arm with it. So it protects my arm. It's a guard, and it's also ready to throw things. So from here, I can wheel this around here. There's no arm here that's blocking my own attacks. So putting arms in front of your opponent like this can keep things from connecting with your head. Now, if I have my arm here, that's also blocking certain attack angles that I can throw. If I have my arm here, there's certain things that I can't throw as long as the arm is there. Like this, for example, because my arm is there. I'm not going to hit my own arm. So if I have my arm closer to the body like this, I can wield around my body in different ways, and I'm not hitting my own arm. Versus if I have the arm here, there's certain attacks that I'm blocking myself from being able to throw as long as the hand's here, which means I have to move it synchronized to the attack. But here I can keep the same position and wheel all around. So if I go here, it's like as long as this arm is here, I can't connect to the head, so I have to retract it or move it and sync it. So it gives me more maneuvering space around my body, keeping the arm closed. It can quickly go up to catch something or throw something. And it can also be used to power assist. There's different ways to power assist. One way to power assist is if this is a sword now. First of all, I hit normal cut. Okay, up and down. Straight, up and down. Impact maybe here and then drag it down and cut it. Now, a way to do this, power assist, is where I'm holding my left arm over my wrist or forearm. And then I'm coming with both arms and to make it more powerful. Meaning it's like throwing an attack using both arms can make it more powerful to throw it. Another way to do power assist is to, for a situation like this, process extra good. Let's say I close to this and push into the person like this, see? Where I'm pushing, I'm cutting with my body, where I'm pushing the blade here. And if I end up with the blade against the person's body, I can ride it, meaning I can, with the power assist, if I push against the torso, like here, here, here. Now notice the power assist, I can use both arms to push forward or pull down, and I can even put my whole body into that. Where cut here, here, and then power assist, I can use both arms to push down like this, and it's stronger. Or I can ride it where it's pushing through it. So it's not that the only way to cut is to throw things like a projectile. You can also push into the opponent, and you can push to cut in different ways. So if it's against his neck, let's say he's got a helmet, and I hit the helmet sides down to shoulder armor, and the blade is here. If there's a gap in the neck, I can push it into the neck, and I don't have to go back here to attack the chink in the armor. So I go here, or here, and it slides down and it's called the shoulder armor. So I can just turn and kind of pull cap, push cap here. And I don't have to capitalize on opportunity of this position. I might not land it if I retract the opening might not be there. And attack the chink in the armor. But if I attack here, glancing both sides down here, turning and pushing into the neck if there's an opening there. So basically you can push. See, here's another way I can cut. Here. See? You think it's a blade here. Push forward and down. I'm cutting. And I can cut down all the way back to. From this position, upward thrust and forward thrust work well. It's like the obvious follow-up. Like, and up here, see? Obvious follow-up is to stab with it. Here, retract, and I'm in a position to stab with it right after. So from here, natural follow-up, and up here, is to push forward and thrust. Now, obviously, there's other things you can do. Go here. You can also turn and cut to the leg, for example, from here. So sometimes if the blade is low, cutting low is easy to accomplish than starting high and then cut low. You can also use the reverse grip, also sticks and swords. Where I have the thumb at the bottom grip now. And if it's a blade, like some may call it to be the cutting side. And from the hip here, I can hit, reverse grip as well. To hit both with a stick and with a sword. And I'm focusing on attacking one guard with one grip in one way right now. And then return. And I'm hitting, I'd say at least as hard as with the regular grip to the same target zone. And it's easier for me to hit hard from here, from this position with reverse grip, than it is to hit hard with the regular grip from here, I feel like. Now the cap becomes more powerful. If I start from here and go to here, it becomes more powerful. Similar to this chord here, where there's rotation and distance. So from here, you can turn and cut here. So basically, from here, there's more power. I can generate more power if I start from here, if I launch from here. If I start here, assume this position, and then launch from there, it can be more powerful. And that's more of an overhand, which can be a diagonal cut if it's a cutter. You can go here, like entering in between the shoulder and the head here, which attacking to the neck and the spine is close here. And with a machete, a looser grip can work better, whereas with a stick, a firmer grip upon impact works better. Like having a tense, stiffer wielding style works better with a stick, whereas you can have more play with a machete, more looseness. Like in the whole arm, it can be more space, it can be looser. But a lot of times, hitting with a stick, hitting stiff works well, whereas with a machete, I can be more loose in the grip and in the arm, and still cause damage. Whereas with a stick, if there's too much looseness, I'm losing a lot of damage. So here's the power assist cut. Here, different way, here. That's an X cut. From here, 1, 2, and then 1 here. And I can assist the launch. So this is a power assist. I like this. So you can go 1, and then just go here and launch from here, and keep the arm there. You can also go 1, go up here, and then assist the launch with the left hand. And I've noticed how you can make it more powerful. You can make it more powerful that way. So it's not that the hand, a power assist, it doesn't have to be here helping the whole cut, the other hand, to have it add power to it. If I go here, and then here, then assist all the way to, yeah, it can make it more powerful. But like this, up here, and then pushing off, launching like a bow, which just for the launch I'm assisting with the left can make it more powerful. And I can feel that and see that when I'm using it. If I do it right, the power assist, it becomes harder even though I'm not pushing through, assisting through the whole cut with the left hand. So I can go from here, up here, and use this like a catapult. I called it catapult before. Like a catapult or bow, where the ball doesn't stay attached to the arrow the whole way, but just the ball launching the projectile makes it hit. See, it's the same principle where if I go here, and see there, and I'm using this like a bowstring to assist with the launch of this. It's just the first part of it where I'm pushing with this explosively. See? And I can feel the difference. If I do it right, it makes it more powerful. This power assist, just helping the first like 5, 10, 15 centimeters. See? Kind of like this. Where I'm launching like you would throw like a ball launch a projectile. It's just the first, it's just getting it in movement, and it maintains that velocity and energy for some time. Meaning, I don't have to use both hands to make the cut more powerful, contrasted to one hand. See, hitting from here, I can make it powerful. Hitting with both hands, I can make it powerful too. Now, I can make it more powerful by just helping the first part with the left. And it can be where it follows through, but the main thing is using it in the beginning to create velocity, to launch a projectile and accelerate. So I don't have to follow through the whole way, because much like a bow, it's before the projectile starts moving, the bow is launching it, and then the projectile maintains a high speed that was given to by the bow launching. It's similar to that. Looks like it's a little bit bent. Not too much. Gotta get the gloves on so I can get no. Well, yeah. You get extra reps in before I get friction burns. So, this is dual wielding swords. The short sword and the long sword. And the obvious way to do that, like a general rule of thumb, is you wield the bigger weapon with the dominant arm, which means like a boxer throws power shots with his left and jabs with his right. He's a southpaw. The heaviest, biggest attack is his dominant hand, and an orthodox stance boxer shows the heaviest, biggest shot with his right. So if you're dominant, right hand dominant, the obvious way to wield it, the most natural way, you might call it, is to have the biggest, heaviest, longest weapon in the dominant hand. So if your right hand, a big sword, big stick goes in the right hand, and small sword, small stick goes in the left hand. An advantage of having two sticks is if you want to take a prisoner. This is from Musaki's sword fighting manual. That's almost like a dog. But if you fight a multiple opponents, there's an advantage. Knife fighting and sword fighting are pretty much the same thing. Knife fighting is sword fighting very small swords. And sword fighting is pretty much knife fighting very large knives. So dual wielding knife has advantages, and dual wielding sword has advantages. Now it can be more training intensive, meaning for it to be much of an advantage using two swords, there's more of a need to train. And it's possible some people, they will be more effective using one sword at a time. And you might have to train using two swords to get good. So an advantage of two swords, there's many advantages. One advantage is fighting multiple opponents. Another one is that I can have one attacking weapon and one defensive weapon, which means I can use the left sword as a shield to intercept and block things, pin things, whatever word you want to use. I can use the left small sword to block and parry things. So this is used as a shield, and this is used as a weapon. So I have a defensive weapon and an offensive weapon. So this I can use it to block, and then this to attack. Versus if I have just one weapon, if I block, I'm not attacking at the same time. Then if I throw a blocking move, then it becomes an attacking move. Now you can do a blocking attacking move, same movement, catch a sword and slide down and cut. But with this I can block a sword attack, and at the same time as I'm blocking, I'm attacking with the other one. So I can do one thing with this and one thing with this at the same time. Another advantage is it can help you to fight multiple opponents. So if I have one sword, I can only attack in one direction at a time. So if it's like you think like a kung fu movie, and there's a henchman where you are, the camera, and then there's like two henchmen over here. If I have just one sword and I'm working to kill you right now, the main henchman, and chasing the corner, I'm going for stabs and stuff. I can only attack one direction once with a weapon. I attack here, and then if I want to attack over here, I have to turn and attack to that side. Whereas if I have two swords, I can attack two directions at the same time with thrust. So I can stab both ways, see? And I'm stabbing over here, no look stab right now. See? So I can sort of attack both sides. First, if I have one sword, I can only attack this way. I want to attack someone over here, I have to turn and attack that way. So I'm attacking either here or here with the one sword. If I have two swords, I can attack here and I can attack here. And they're more likely to land, no look cutting, with diagonal attacks from this guard. So if I go, I like this stance, this guard here. This is like a boxer's jab, light attacks. This is the power right. And I like this guard stance. If I have this guard stance, it's ready, it's defensive. Keep it like this. See? See? Just holding it here. It's defensive. See? And it's not predictable. It's like if you don't know the many moves, you haven't drilled. It's more predictable. If you assume this guard is like the obvious way to attack, it will be like this. If you have it like this, it's like attacking all like that. Now from here, you can attack like this, you can attack like this, you can attack like this with power, you can attack like even in super weird ways. And you can attack behind yourself. So, I like this one. This can be used to stab and attack here, and this is defensive. So this is a static defense, block, attached to my head. And if a sword hits here, it can skew it and slide away from me. So it's not like you have to like stop and block it. If there's a sword on sword, it can hit the side of the blade and slide to the side. So. And you can capitalize on that, where if the person throws a 12 to 6, and I block it like this and it slides down, I'm ready to counter right after. See? If I have this guard here, and the other person attacks 12 to 6, 100, 200, doesn't matter. If I go and block like this, see if I block the other way, it can slide into my hand. But if I block it this way, it can, as it hits, slide down to the side. See? Like a glancing blow, the glances down to the side, away from my body, and I can step in and counter right after. Because if this slides to the side, he's open for a counter. The same moment that this comes 12 to 6, if I go here and it slides down, I'm ready to turn it into a cut right after. So I like this stance. I like to work from this stance in training. I like this stance here, stance guard. So this light is like a boxer's jab, light quick attacks, and I can block things and attack here. Attack is swiftly with this. I can attack with this. So basically, light swift attacks like a boxer's jab, and the power attacks like a boxer's right. It's like fast, bang. Okay. Fast, light attacks, power, right attack. This has more reach too. So if I connect with this, I can reach the same. If I connect with this, I can connect with the right at the same moment. This is also helping me to get the range. If I touch with this, I know I can touch with this. And it makes it easier to land with this if I touch with this, landing this can become easier. Back to the advantage if I have multiple opponents. So with one sword, I fight one person, kind of one person over here, and there's people behind me. To attack over here, I have to stop attacking this guy and start attacking over here. I can only attack one direction at a time. Whereas with two swords, I can attack two directions at a time. And with a 12 to 6 down attack, if I'm no look cutting and there's people behind me, no look cutting, a 12 to 6 attack is harder to land versus a diagonal sweeping attack. It's more sideways. Because if I do this, see here, if there's somebody here, they're getting cut. Like close range, they're just closing up on me. If they're here, they're getting cut. If they're here, they get cut too. So this whole line is being cut. So wherever the body is, I'm hitting it with the blade. So it's not this one spot of the room. There's a wide section of the room that if there is somebody standing there, they're being hit with the blade. So from here, if I no look cap 12 to 6, and I hit somewhere, but it's easy to hit from the side. And then we can paradoxical with the first one that's harder to hit like clean, like hit the side, okay? And it's like, here's the easy way to connect, and that one barely hit and like glanced off. Now that was a range issue and not, I think that it was out of range, which is really touched it. So here we go. Yeah, there you go. 12 to 6. Now I know where he is. See here. And notice how at the end of the movement, if this W was here, it would have been hit too. When I'm going here. Versus 12 to 6, like a straight down attack. I'm missing here, I'm missing here. So the margin of error, I had to be more accurate or lucky. Meaning if I'm trying to hit with a pretty straight down attack like this, it's only if you're standing in this line it's getting hit. Versus a sweeping attack, if you're standing here, it's hitting. If you're standing here, it's hitting. So there's a wider danger zone with that attack. So you can look like this. There's a henchman here. And I don't know, I just push kicked you, you fell into the wall and slid down like this, like a kung fu movie. And it's like, I'm leaving you for now, because there's two henchmen over here with nunchucks that come at me. And it's like, I need to deal with these guys now. So it's like, I stab here, and I can start attack over here, and I'm ready. It's like this, I'm threading, understand? It's like, that's threading. So just threading is variable, because a threading attack is a potential attack. Threading, we're not talking about psychological impact, but basically the weapon being pointed towards your enemy means that it's not hard to connect with him. It's like you're prepared to throw in this direction. So here, stab, 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 cut here. And it's like, oh crap, he's coming to and charging me. I'm ready to attack here. And then even from here, I'm ready to attack that way. So I can attack both ways with thrust like this if I want to. See, like this too. I can attack slash, 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 slash. And attack even like this. See? I can cut both ways with both swords, like this. You can also attack like double attack, where you throw the same attack with both swords, like this. Two thrusts, same technique, both hands. Okay. Now these type of attacks make less sense because you're moving one blade toward the other arm. So the risk of hitting your own sword, your own hand, is not non-existent. and you can attack no look in all kinds of ways. Easy white. So just change the ball position. That's good. Correct my aim. A little bit much to the left now. There you go. A few glass of gold step I got down there. Block the attack movement. Block, attack. See, block high, attack low. A lot of times I set down my foot as a landing attack, meaning I'm landing at the same time that I touch the ground with my foot. So this is like shadow boxing for Saha cutting, which I call it, which is cutting from the sheet, cutting with the drawing motion. This is what I like to do for months sometimes. Now there's no sheet and there's no Saha. There's no sheet and there's no sword and no belt to have it. But part of traditional Japanese swordsmanship is practicing cutting with the drawing motion. Because once they might need to use the sword, it could be suddenly. Or it's like they're and close range too. So it can be faster to cut with the drawing motion. Like this. So here's my hand is like the sheet. Okay. And then also it can be you have to turn it. If it's down, you can only cut down up. Simply. See? So if the sheet is down and the blade is down, if you have the sheet hanging here, and the blade is pointing down, I can cut down up, see, like a straight drawing motion line. Whereas if I want to cut like this, I want to angle the sheet so that the blade is pointing kind of like this. So from here, if it's hanging down here, angle it, turn it, and then I can cut with the drawing motion like this. Like this. So here, see, and I'm pulling the sword out of the sheet and cutting. Now I had to think about this. If the sheet is here, it's like here is when I start cutting, I'm already far out, see, with this part, let's see. So if I just pull straight, kind of. So hip rotation can help, where rotate, turn my hip, see, and I'm getting space to be able to get it out. So once it's at here, it's already cutting. So it's not like it's coming out here, and then it starts turning and cutting. By turning back here, that can help me to have the blade cutting in front of me quicker, sooner, like shorter, close to my body, where it's not coming out and then turn and start cutting. It's kind of like this. If you looked at kendo matches, it's reminiscent of a cat fight, like backyard cat fighting, because it's like they're screaming and hissing at each other. So it looks like a cat fight. Part of kendo is similar to if you see cats fighting in the street. Like, they sit in front of each other screaming. There'd be like a certain technique. They close the distance, somebody lands something, and then they'll be standing screaming. It's like, okay, for a while. To get like the aggro into the arm, I guess. Like all the tension. And it's like a whole thing, it's like a whole vibe. If you look at kendo matches, like they start hitting close to this and it's like cut the man, then hit the head or whatever torso is. Here, boom, and it's like this, that, and sometimes they have the swords pushing against each other like this for a while and scream at each other. Something to. So now I'm just going to reel this on the stick, which is what it is. Do no limits. And sometimes peripheral vision. Peripheral vision means seeing to the sides. I don't look at my shadow or not looking. Or as I'm turning my body, sometimes it's peripheral vision. But I'm just focusing on connecting with neutral right now. There you go. So that third type of shot, I got the rotation and energy from white. The first two, I could feel that it wasn't right. Sometimes you can practice just the big chunks of the movement, like low resolution, as I'm not doing it. So sometimes I'm just practicing drilling like the low resolution, large, like the big chunk of the movement, kind of like the energy flow. And then you get it crisper. So here's the whole technique. See here, okay? Now after doing that, I might just, see, here's the starter movement. I might just do this a little bit. And it's like kind of the start of the thing that I just did. It's kind of the start of the whole thing that I just did. It's just, and then focus on this part. And then from here, I can do this. and then with speeds it. And that really helped me to get in tune with the energy flow and deliver powerful attack more or less effortlessly. In the beginning, in the beginning, here's another creative way to use the blade. Where you have the arm as a backrest like this, and I'm uh, pushing my whole body and hitting that way. It's like shoving with the blade. I can rest the back of the sword stick to my forearm or the arm, the wielding arm. I can use this as a back. Right here. Go wider. Sometimes I like these things that are conducive to like failure, and then it becomes practicing quickly recovering from awkward position. Meaning you can use the more or less rare or frequent, whatever the failure rate is, to get better. Meaning the failure can be start training. So let's say in the middle of training this, I end up losing it. And then that was like losing it. Now I can turn it into a drill or quickly getting the weapon after dropping on the ground, say, which becomes useful training. You can capitalize on mistakes and turn the mistakes into training. I mean, if it happens that I drop the stick, practice quickly getting the stick again, attacking with it, because that's something that really matters. In case you lose the weapon, quickly getting the weapon again and then delivering an attack after is something that makes sense to get better. And with light, even with light sticks, I've been surprised at least once how hard I can hit with a very light object, just by how fast you swing it. So you can compensate. It's the same thing with everything. A 45 handgun round is a heavy thing moving slow, hitting hard. And then you can have a 9 or 5.7 that's a light object, lighter, and then you make it move faster to make it hit equally hard or close to it or even harder. That's enough. Now we can turn that here into here. So this block cap, and you can cap with the whole body where you have your arms fairly rigid, and then use your body to cap. You can arm cap. It's like using your arms, using the arm mostly, and then the opposite of the extreme. When I cap here, right at this angle, I go. There's a lot of arm action. Or I can go, see, and then cap at the same angle, having rigid arms. And count my ball like this. So from here, now the time is a bit off for display purposes. See here, beautiful. Here, there's a combo, land 12 to 6, close the distance. I'm gonna further increase the distance, move here, and for the time drag, I'm cutting with my body more than my arms. I'm using my arms to firmly hold the sword, and I'm cutting with my body. I can go here, here, I'm here now. The blade combines his body, turn, and see, notice, I'm switching to reverse grip now, like this. Like optimal attacking from here, in this way. And I can just run this way, kind of push forward. And I'm cutting or shoving, pushing. So from here, close the distance, to the 12 to 6, here, and up to the side, let's do the same thing to the neck. Gotta do a grip change, and then push the cat through it. Where I'm doing a grip change, and then pushing the blade with my whole body as I'm moving over here. So once again here, one, grip change, and I switch to grip, this grip, see. So basically, it's this. Close the distance, 12 to 6, and if the blade is still up here at the shoulder, I turn and push into it. So it's like this. Check the camera again. Yeah. Okay, so here. So if I go here, one. Now on the left side. See? And I can just push over here, and I'm shoving, I'm pushing, I'm cutting potentially. So it's a good angle to display this. What I'm doing. On the right side, we can go here. So here, and this is how I train. I figure out combos while training, figure out combos, like discover things. While training, I figure out combos you also can do them. You can have this go, what you do from here, or you can do this from here, then you can do this from here, then you can do this. I enjoy the process of doing things like this. So from here, see, and I'm letting this happen now. I'm not trying to be like cat and keep it here. They will slide, see, end up here. Now I can push cat in here, see. I can push forward. If my blade end up here, I can go for a thrust to the throat, or slide the blade here, or try to make it more straight, see. Here. So 1, 2, or this. 1. Notice this, now we do the grip change. So I go 12 to 6. Now I slide down on the right side. Now I go from this grip. This is the only hand that changes. I maintain this thumb at the back grip here, after going down here. And from this, 2 thumbs at the back, I'm rotating, switching this hand to the reverse grip, maintaining the grip that I had before with the left hand, the bottom hand. So I can powerfully push cut with it. And I can rotate more and cut like this, or I can push and I work to like push him into the corner, like push him with the sword. And pushing with the sword can do something, cutting or not, shoving the person. So from here, 1, end up on the left side, and I do a drill on this, whatever side I end up on. Whip change drill now. See? And I'm pushing into the neck. I'm pushing after. So whatever side I slide off to after 6 attack, the drill will be to switch to reverse grip and push through it as a 1-2. Let's do a little bit lighter. So we go 3 on each side. What we'll do, I don't control what side. I'm not going to control, so I let it fall on whichever side it falls, and then work from there. So we do 3 in a row, whatever side it becomes. So from here, now I end up further down than I expected. So we turn into this target zone now. Whip change, and let's notice, if you think this is katana, if it's against his body, I can push forward, I can cut if it's not over there. If it's not coming through the armor, it's pushing him. Okay? And this is slicing. So this is a powerful grip, a strong grip for using the sword in the way that I am right now. For shoving and pushing and like wrestling with the sword, like pushing with the sword, like grappling, whatever we'll call it. Like pushing with the sword. I'm stronger this way than with the regular grip. I favor the reverse grip for knife fighting, sword fighting, and stick fighting for certain ways of using it. because it ends up being a stronger grip in the way that I use the weapons. So do drill on this again, and I'll show you from the back. 12 to 6, it falls to the left side, grip change drill, and push through it. So whatever it ends up, that is the target zone for the follow-up attack. Whichever side, whichever level. So I go here, and it goes to the left side. Change my grip, and then push, see? And it can be more or less push or sliding. So it can be, after surrendering the grip, it can be turning like this. See? That's a powerful cut, sliding cut. So that, from this position now, having changed the grip, landing here on the right side, the shoulder, switching the grip here. See here, from this position, I can either slide cut like this, or I can push forward more straight. And whichever way I'm cutting, if I'm pushing it forward or I'm sliding it more. So we'll do a few more of those. And I was gonna do like 3 on the left and 3 on the right. It's like 3. Sometimes I do drills and I go, let's do 3 kicks. If I'm drilling kicks, like 3 low kicks, right side, and then 3 left, and then rinse and repeat. But the way that I was doing this is like chance, which I attack here, and okay, oh, it ended up sliding to the left side, stopping at the midsection. And then that dictates what the follow-up attack will be. So from here, it will be this target zone, the torso. And I can use this grip without changing it, but we're sticking to the rule of the drill right now. Or switching to this and either sliding or pushing. So, if it ends up on the right side, now I do it on purpose, end up here. Glance to go to the right. Notice this is the grip I'm having, starting with. Regular grip. 2 thumbs at the back. Right side above the left one. And what I'm doing is this, switching the grip, so the top hand becomes a reverse grip. And this makes it more strong for this way attacking. So here, I don't feel as strong, see, if I'm gonna push something, if you think about the force, if I wanna push this guy with the stick, and I wanna like push it here forward, I don't have as much power as you see. There's a big difference. It's like ROI, return on investment. Like how much I'm having to like exert myself to move the dummy that much. I have to use less energy with this grip. It's like it's easier for me to really push it with this grip, and pushing with a sword equals cutting. So it's easier for me to push hard this way with this grip versus this grip. It's like it's not so awkward due to whatever how the human body is built, ergonomics, muscles, like whatever. Okay. Also, yeah, and it's closer. Yeah, it's closer to how you throw a punch. If I have this grip here and push here, this is kind of how the body is. Or here. Hold on. Yeah, here. This is not really how I throw hooking punches here. If I want to throw a power shot to the right side, to the left side of your head here, it's like I'm not going to throw it like this. This is not the same power. If I want to throw a punch, a hooking punch, it's like the power flows more naturally, like from here to over here. If I don't have my fist like this, see? If I'm gonna throw a hook, I don't throw it palm up like this. See? It's this. So with this regular grip, the palm is up, and I'm working to hook attack like a hook punch. If I want to hit hard from the right side, as I'm training boxing, striking on the stomach, I don't throw the hook's palm up, make a fist, and then rotate and hit like this. Okay, it's like it's gonna be like this or like this. See. So basically, what I'm doing after connecting with a 12 to 6 attack, whichever way it slides to, right and left. I do a push cut afterwards. And not just a push cut with the same grip, but I'm switching the grip to reverse grip on the top hand. So let's break it down even more. The details of this drill. And I show what I'm doing. So it's this. It's this. It's this. It's this. Okay, here. So it's bottom grip, thumb at the back. So this is the blade side in front of my thumb, like this. Right hand over it, same grip, thumb at the back. So one on top of the left hand, right hand, thumb at the back, both thumbs lining up with each other. And then what I'm doing after hitting 12 to 6 side to one side is switch the grip to reverse grip, the top hand, and then push cutting or pulling. So it's this, come on, here. They come like that. So it's from this to this. Gotta check what time it is. It's 9 in the morning. Time flies. My philosophy of fighting is keep rocking until nobody's home. That's where we go with them. Anything. So, we're gonna adjust the camera angle for the more drills. Open up, get some natural light in here now, which is cold grayish type of light coming from that side. And it'll be, yeah, we'll show from the back a few times. It'll be offset to the back. So here, see, beautiful. I really like this. So from here to the left now, then it becomes the other side, and then pushing with this. So this is doing something. Meaning, if it's armor or not, like chainmail there, it's like pushing the saw with that force. It's like it's still like shoving. It's like pushing. It's doing something. You can get somebody off balance. They can make them fall backward. It's got potential. Where if you push here, that the person falls down, it can also like push them back. And then from this pushing them back, you can turn it to cutting. So you can freeze it like, so I'm here. See, notice here, now I go sprinting forward. Once I have this position, this strong grip here, and have acquired this position, now we're going for a run. And I'm just going forward. And it's like basically, I'm not sprinting, but it's the same thing with that weight in front of me as if I was sprinting kind of. It just ends up you move a lot slower because you're pushing something heavy from yourself. Wow, this is a magpie. That's not a magpie. It's a magpie that came set down there. And that's a thick one. That's a magpie that
has figured out how to survive the Swedish winter and get enough food to put on like a fat layer, subcutaneous adipose. Well, subfeather, whatever. That's the point. It's got skin, it's got feathers, it's got a whole line. So that's a magpie. Sometimes I thought about this. It's like for humans, if somebody's fat, a lot of times it doesn't make you like respect them more, be like wow in awe, like, wow. The other side, if you see a fat guy, it's not like wow, what a fat guy. It kind of like in a positive surprise feel. But with birds, I have a few moments where I see like a fat crow. Somehow it's like it impresses me somehow. Where it's like it tells me something. It's like this is a crow. And if you like engage critical thinking, like the emotion is like seeing a fat bird is special. So one of the things is gonna be rare. Okay. There's like typically 99 other magpies I've seen in my life. 9 out of 100. They're a lot slimmer than this. Okay. So it's like it's rare to see a magpie with this body type, first of all. And then if you think about it, it's like what does that say about the magpie or the crow? It's like why it's been succeeding at surviving its environment. Because for the Swedish winter, it's like basically it's like they've been doing a good job at finding food, find food, enough calories, which is not that easy if you're a bird. We are consistently succeeding getting enough calories and not getting fat. It's like harder they might take. So it's like they will succeed in surviving the environment. They will adapt it. So whatever else a magpie comes by, and they just said that before. In the summer season, I put up my birds in the back of my and they've come to talk with the top where I can tell that there's seagulls that come and check them out. So seagulls are like intelligent. And I can just tell these guys. But it's like, I'm not joking. I've noticed this. But I can tell that the birds are curious about the monkeys. To be like, I don't know, if you were a plant man on Iceland, it's like this earthly continent. You understand? It's like this, the same type of creatures you are, but completely different whole maybe before. It's the bit of that. It's like there's no general birds or yellow student. Okay. So it's almost like a video that something ignored, like this and whatever. So it's like put them out on a cage, put them out on the back of the summer, and I can tell that the seagulls are responding to that. Include, I think it's been like AC-130 next week. They go like in a sideways, so they're getting sideways, they give you like side that. It's like they're not like flying anthem like the rest of the readers. It's like I can tell that they're like actively seeking out, they want to take a look at the bodies. Definitely that. Which I put the birds on, sitting there in the summer, then I had the body birds on the cage. And you can see through them. And then I noticed it's like the pattern, right? Because like before I put up the birds, how the seagulls are acting in the area. It's like I see seagull on the borders and stuff. They may be flying around in the distance. But like after I put the cage out, I noticed how seagulls come into like a flyby to kind of check out what weird birds and so on. Like they come in, they fly, they come, they go up in a pattern, they try to do this. They fly past. It's like they fly past and it's like the city like this, they take them out. So it's like they would come to talk all the time. And like that time they would come home, they fly in case person would talk. They would go out and look for earth or whatever he's eating. It's like there's a small bird that's entirely yellow. And maybe like the guy come back and he saw big food before. Okay, yeah, sure that. So that yellow birds, there's no yellow birds in Sweden. Cage. Yeah. Hello, man. I had a big coffee now. Hello, man. I had a big coffee now. I go with the time. Thanks, man. You came with the right time because I had just started going with my time. Right before we do it, right around the time we saw up. We were getting to the end of my time. Same compassion. So we had a good time. It was more serious than from my guidance. If you watch this today, cheers. Okay, yes, we can, right?
There's a hefty stick. And here's the kitchen knife that I use for eating. And they're near equal proportions. Near the thickness of the grip here and the total length. There's about a sample difference. I'm going to turn off the screen button before we go outside. Just try it. We'll see. You can see them. They must have stayed here for the winter. That would be more likely to me that they would go to the case. Certain bird species, certain types of birds, like to all the time. They like to walk out. Like before it is. I've always been what I call the miracle flowers. Because those flowers came around as a gift like what 4 years ago or something. Maybe in the summer or spring or something. And I put them out there. And I haven't been really caring for them. Maybe it was like a week after getting out with going out of water and stuff. But it's just left into all the places. They survived several winters, no water, no. Just like leaving them out there and there's something that's green and gold. And I think that the things are wrong at this point, line up to what was planned to begin with, but it could be seen behind the air that passing in the soul that it was natural world. Whatever flowers, whatever the growth is there. It's also the slicing edge to me. Meaning, if I had to pick between two extremes, if I'm gonna fight a move or something, then it's not gonna stay for a second. They try to move somewhere. And it's like you can either pick my gun and try to move. You can either pick this that was sharpened like a razor on the side, or have it dull, entirely dull, as dull as dull can be on the sides, but it's triangular, like go grinding, to make it bulky so you can stab it, like an edge can use to bust it. I would pick a stabbing tip over a cutting edge, personally. That's the most important for me, as a general thing, when it comes to a weapon knife. The most important thing to me is that I can stab with it, rather than slashing with it. So I would rather have a knife with this knife. It's back on the phone. Okay. If I could pick between two extremes and pick between two extremes to try to move. If I either gonna can make it flat here, if I have like a, or if I angle I'm just trying to make it flat, okay, like a flat screw. I'm just entirely flat here, but razor sharp on the sides, the sharp piece, actually. So it's like either flat, really not good at stabbing, penetrating with thrusts, but really sharp on the sides so you can slash with the effect. Take it between flat, but sharp on the sides, and dull on the sides and sharp at the tip. I take sharp right there. I mean, I'd rather have this, retain this shape, have this shape so I can thrust with it, than have dull on the sides, than to have it super sharp on the sides, but flat. Okay. So, the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is like my favorite thing is that I can stab with it. So this is the knife that's constructed with weapon use in mind. Okay. Meaning this is a knife that's been constructed from the bottom up, but on the side that's going to be like a weapon knife. A knife that is an effective weapon. A knife that is primarily a weapon that also can be used as a tool knife, a leather knife, and other things too. But that is like, it's extra good at this and more niche use doesn't rule out other uses. But this is made to be an effective weapon. And there's other knives that you can use as a weapon. But they're not as big. Same with this. This is another knife that's made to be but it's not.
So why does a knife for weaponry, why is it good if it's not like this, like it's strong, it's stab, wood force without tips like many people. It's because the wall is not a ball of ballistic it's a ball. And as an animal for ball, that's good for us. That's a pressure testing or activities to the test, which is a way to keep the training up best. They're going to come out. There's a higher level of as a hypothetical, somebody in our country, where they actually have a nice form for self-defense. Okay. If that be equal. So, like, I believe that the state, the country, where the left, you have a knife in the pocket, and it's self-defense. In that hypothetical scenario, so it's like I'm buying a knife, and it's another person, yeah, I actually have self-defense. The hypothetical scenario. Is that what you don't want to do if you want fighting is to don't share action. Because one of the risks you have to resolve. So self-training is a bonus of yourself. And in different ways. I mean, when I train, I'm always for myself. Nurses don't improve because they have a problem with perceiving flaw and open that door. And then you're like, they are weak. I have it. There is lack in this area. Well, you understand, I'm failing right now, see, which is that apply that to growing in the martial arts as a quality. There's a point. Research is one of the most famous and accomplished sword fighters in history. We have one of the research involved the book of five rings, over in offshore, the book of five rings. And basically that's one of the Olympic. The Olympic, that is the part of the Olympics. Okay. Maybe have that with them. But whatever it's important. There is one of these rules is do not think dishonestly. Do not think dishonestly. Do not go to low use. It's another, and it's like using. It's not the Bible, it's not really Russian like a very sharp quotes. A lot of like Jesus speaking to what you get the meaning of it, like get understand what he's saying before you can go and improve from it or understand what he's saying. That's the point. Okay. And it's different translations in manual to English. So then I suppose one of the rules is do not take dishonest. And that is very important for like a philosophy for martial arts, especially if you start training. We're going to have some coaches that you want to do something wrong or something like this. It's very important to be honest and reality centered in what you're doing and thinking. So how does not thinking dishonestly as an example translate to actually getting better from solo training martial arts? Because when I'm training guys in the board, I'm not thinking dishonest, I want the house to be a good attack. When I feel it, my feelings confused. When I was reading it, that's ago, and I practiced and I get here, let's work with this position, stand here off center, and then working like this. And then slowly I was like, I feel I'm not thinking that hard. And I like it when I leave it hard, and they even feel the success. It's like, I'm not struggling to get hard, it's like, it's effective movement. I figure out a way, but it's like, oh, this is got a good way to attack. So it's like, I make decisions, taking here, it's like, I get it hard, and you just feel the success. Like, it's like, energy spend, or whatever, you can feel that it's a hard attack, you can do something. Wow, okay. Now, the times where I stop doing something, I miss it. When I miss, for example, I miss it on purpose. But if I miss, then I miss it or I miss, okay, I'm hitting to the back, okay. Is that one they're correct? That's going with right, again. I'm missing again. I'm missing a lot right now. I'm failing at connecting with all right now. And it's like, what can I do to address that failure? I'll try to turn my body like this video. Once I go from no look to look in little and see how if that helps. Or something like this. And I'll calculate that. So basically, there's a tendency in humans to line yourself with error, which is not conducive to control your skills. So do not think dishonestly, which means if I'm throwing punches and I'm getting boxing, I can feel when I'm getting boxing. I can feel when I'm not getting boxing. Because if I'm hitting it and throwing combos, I can feel the performance of a good offense. Like I'm not throwing punches as clean as I do in other places. It's literally worth more this time. For whatever reason, having that always be confused or being, whatever the circumstances are, not trying hard enough or trying too hard, whatever it is. So, basically, simply is, so how does that actually apply to real skill? I think it's all in so many ways. When they're actually drilling, as you're training things, you can feel if you're getting hard. Then it's like if you're hitting weak and you're kind of getting hard, but you're weak. You know, you for a while, they don't get hard, have to hold out there. Okay. So, you know, being dishonest is basically don't like yourself. Okay. Do not being dishonest if you don't like yourself. So, what's another thing? Lying to yourself or deception. It's like always leaving the answer that is what they do. Always have to stop doing something. And it's like you just decide what to do and try to get the best of it. So, we should get one type of people around the village. So, you like to go training, talk about things. Well, like Ryan and Wall was kind of turn the right line, and it's like full self-defense. I don't know for so he said, a person is legal in your state country, and it's legal business citizens have a right on with full self-defense. And in Texas, they right to have a non full self-defense in public office. So it's a country where that's often through the United States have a non full self-defense. But the potential use to attack is more than not each and a person that bought a knife, and he's like, I bought a knife now before for easy kill, balance, but yeah, just why I got to the door activity. There's something to go. It's why I feel very good with them in case it's a girl. Okay. Not having it, then I need it. Having it, if you need it, is better. There's no training. They're not having it. Okay. Because possibly it's potential weapon because we have not potential. So it's always succeeding to do it. It's like your hand and do something. Nice point. It's not that they're right to go about things. It's like I get a weapon self-defense. Walk the weapon self-defense to Joe else. Say, I'm ready for self-defense. I got the self-defense weapon and I have it if I need it. It's like, yeah, that's better, not taking it. So no training and no weapon is worse than no training and a weapon. The trip. Okay. But what's better than no training and no weapon? And what's better than no training and a weapon is a weapon and training. Generally. Okay. And you will have some fixed scenarios where somebody can be highly effective with no training. Understand? Now, it's like we're going for generality. Okay. Like most of the time, most people, most types of things and whatever. So here's the point. If you're going to train knife fighting martial arts, you get a knife for self-defense, you train knife fighting martial arts. You don't only train shadow boxing. So it's like, well, I'm just going to train. What there is wrong in that? So basically, the training I would recommend by my thinking about how to train for myself, okay? That it's not just like a waste of time, do not there's no use. Anything I'm doing consists of long-term training, something that is valuable. Do nothing which is of no use in such. So I don't do anything that's pointless. Meaning it's like I don't on the regular practice something like balancing the knife like this while walking. Now that does have some use, okay? It's like it's hard to find something that's entirely useless to do as a drill or practice or something like this. But if I'm going to spend an hour training with my knife, is the time best spent doing this rotations and walking back and forth, balancing the knife like this? Or is the time better spent drilling, executing like actual attacks, having a normal grip, and attacking different ways and attack drilling like combos and it is? It might make more sense to spend my time if I'm looking to in like a month improve my fight ability. Then I spend more time practicing like shadow boxing with it than kind of like fringe weird optimization things. As kind of balancing the knife like this. Well, okay, which is also risky. Anyways, the point. Oh, here is the. Yeah, so I would recommend only shadow boxing. Shadow boxing is good. If you want to get better knife fighting, something you can do shadow boxing, which means and starting out. So as far as I'm concerned, if you get a knife, you can start with learning grips and then do grip change drills, things that you can do initially. Get the knife, you learn grips, okay, and there's like 2 main grips, 2, 4. And then you can learn stances and guards. So like things you can do initially. There's some rigidity and some fluidity. It's not like here is the way if you miss a millimeter this method of what I think is like starting out training, you should start with this and do this, and it has to be the exact order, or it's got to be completely pointless of this. No, but it's like what are things just talk about? You're gonna start training the martial arts, knife fighting martial arts. What I think is good starting out with. Well, learning grips, okay, like the basics of the basics. Learning one or more grips. It's like this grip, the regular grip, and then the reverse grip. And then you can do maybe grip change drills
practice alternate between two grips. So basically learning grips, okay? Good grips, learning the two main grips. This and this. Makes sense. Just learning this grip is a good grip here. Some at the bottom. Here. And it's like a roll. There is a thing here. Here has a thing here. So there's a thumb here. And you play there. This is a reverse grip. And here is the regular grip with the thumb at the back. See? So I call this the regular grip. The thumb at the back. See? Here. And this is the reverse grip with the thumb at the bottom. There's a regular thumb at the back grip and a thumb at the bottom reverse grip here. You can also use like a hammer grip alterations where you can have this with the regular grip and then this with the reverse grip. But I prefer this grip here and then this grip. And how I have it now is the blade is lining up with where my fingers fall. Like this. Forward. And you can also angle it more. If you want to have it like when you're lining up the blade, the cord is more with your knuckles if you throw punches. So it's like the blade is, if I have it like this, it's misaligned for punch cutting, see, and it might end up connecting here. So for punch cutting, it's a bit different. I said for things you could do starting out, learn grips, the two main grips, thumb at the back, thumb at the bottom, and those two grips are called the grips. They work for most knives, okay? For most knives, thumb at the back and thumb at the bottom grip. And they're better grips than some people instinctually rated from something like what instinctually is a knife. So with this grip, stabbing, you're more likely to lose the knife if you have the thumb at the side like this. If I hit ball, it's easy for me to lose. It's hard for me to keep a ball back when it's easy for my hand to slide out. Which is not only risking losing the knife, but it's also losing penetration power. Because if my hand is sliding here, I'm losing energy going forward. It's like it's rigid here, stiff, and I'm connecting. The forward movement of my hand is translating into penetration at the tip. Versus if my hand is off me, I'm losing that penetration power. So for different reasons, it's good to have a good grip. Okay? So here, this is not as strong as this with the thumb at the bottom, which is a backstop for reverse grip stab. So if I hit ball, like worst case there, I hit ball, like this, it's more secure and it's easier for me to retain the weapon stabbing something hard, like ball with that spoon, with the thumb at the bottom like this. And the thumb at the bottom reverse grip works for most knives, from like kitchen knives to daggers to this and that type of knife. And then rather than this, it's the regular grip, thumb at the back. So this I call this the thumb at the back grip, thumb at the back, thumb at the back regular grip. Then you pull my thumb, I'm cutting. And then if I pull the thumb, I'm stabbing. Like this. Then it gives you some backstop for connecting here, see, versus this more heat, see. If I hold like this, it's hard to keep from moving, which means what? Less cutting power potentially, and easier for me to lose the knife. Versus if I put my thumb here, it has resistance here. And here's the reverse grip thumb at the bottom. If I hit like this, if you go down, or just the thumb here, makes a big difference. And only the thumb, it's only the thumb, I can push them really hard. But with the fingers, a little bit looseness, just a little bit looseness,
But I like this grip, some at the bottom. And this is the regular grip, some at the back here. Some at the back. And then some at the bottom. And these are two big grips. This is one line here. So this is the thumb at the bottom grip. This is the thumb at the back grip. And this is the thumb at the bottom grip. So for example, so if you want to start training knife more spots, where to start, what to start with. And you can start with learning those two grips. Thumb at the back, thumb at the bottom. With a training knife, so everything with a training knife initially. That's not just as a disclaimer, but to be a quality advice keeper. Because if there's 100 people that would start using real knives to do knife fighting, one of them is going to get hurt at least. Drop the knife on the food or cut the leg or something like this. When you use training knife, if you don't have a dedicated training knife, and before you can buy a training knife, that's like the sound training. What I used to use there is better because it's a butter knife. And most people have a knife at home that you use to start for a knife fighting right now. Like a knife fighting dog German start training knife. Most people have a butter knife at home. And what do you mean by butter knife? What type of butter knife? Well, the most common one that has a round tip, so it's non-static. If you end up accidentally poke yourself, it's not shaped in a way that's going to easily slide into the body. So a weapon knife is designed like easy slide into the body, but a training knife you want the opposite. You want it to not be sharp and good at cutting, and you want it to not be narrow at the tip and good at thrusting and at achieving pressure. It's like the opposite. With a training knife, with an action knife, it wants something that's sharp and pointy for easily hurting the body. But for a training knife, I want something that will be harsh to hurt my body. I mean, that has a round tip, not sharp, and it's not sharp on the side. So they have a plastic butter knives, like you use a peanut butter, spread and Carolina or butter. And the butter knife is round and not sharp on the side. And it still has like a handle and the little shape of the knife. You can use it for practicing shadow boxing and like techniques. And it's a lot less riskier to use an actual knife controller. So things you can do starting out, learn the grips with a knife. Learn the grips. You need grips like that before. You can practice different stances. Learn to practice different stances. Way of attacking. So initially, grips, stances, doors, and then getting into shadow boxing. You can start out by dividing the shadow boxing. One stance is already attacking, and one stance repeatedly, and then switch to something else. And then switch to something else, maybe switch to a different grip, a different stance, and practice attack it in a different way from a different stance or different grip. Things like this. So basically, you can get better at knife fighting by learning the grips, really practice different stances, ways of attacking those stances goals, ways of attacking those stances goals. And not too long after starting out, shadow box, everything shadow box in the ear. See so this. You don't want to wait too long until you bring your training to impact training. And what I mean by impact training? Impact training means as opposed to shadow boxing. So how does this work? Like then I just misplace my light. So starting out, like you learn the two main grips. Here's the thumb at the bottom grip, and here's the thumb at the back regular grip. Okay. So here, you can start practicing things like this, reverse grip after you learn that grip. Just assume a stance, any stance. And what can I do from here? Well, I can attack like this. See?
like a punch guard. I can attack like this, maybe drill through this attack and then return it to the guard. I keep this general the same guard, and then attack once, retract, you can attack again. And see, so you're learning one way, one stance, attacking in a way from that stance, and then do it repeatedly. They can, after a while, switch to maybe standing like this, and then practicing attacking like this. It's like from this stance, this way of standing, body positioning, there's this one way to attack with this one whip, like this for example, which would be somebody like lunging at you and I cut them from here. Similar to like a Muay Thai upper elbow. It's here, someone's like coming at me to grab me, something is not here. Then I can explode up like this and cut powerfully from here, from the hip. If there's a torso in front of me or an arm, I can cut up with power with the reverse grip from here. See, so I can sort of punch or do whatever here, but if there's something, a kick, a punch, the whole body coming at me, I can quickly cut in front of myself, diagonally, almost straight, meaning more like this, is I can cut from here, here. So that's a way to do knife fighting and martial arts training. You learn the basics of the basics, the two grips that I talked about, this grip, thumb at the back, and then the thumb at the bottom grip here. And then you can start drilling different stances and techniques. Learning different stances, learning different ways to tackle those stances, and then practice that a little bit. Then you get into sequencing. So after you've been practicing, you learn like, oh, it's like I learned like this one way to attack from this stance. And then it's like I've learned this other way to attack from the same stance, like this, for example, or like this, for example. And you learn different ways to attack this one stance. Now you can go and start sequencing and doing combos. It's like this followed by this. So if you learn this way of attacking from this guard, turn in here and then attack like this. And then you also learn this way attack from that guard, and you learn this way attack from this guard, and like this or whatever. Now you can do a combo, so you go from this guard, 1, 2, retract, and then throw that, and then you can incorporate body movement and then things like this. So it's not that complicated, really, but this is like things that make sense. See? It's not telling you just sit to get better knife fighting. You need to sit and meditate, and it's like just sit and like visualize yourself winning knife fights, and that's the end all be all something like this. No, this is things that actually matter. Okay, and a lot of it is like similar. What I do and recommend, forget about knife fighting, is like boxing training. So how do boxers train? Do boxers only practice stances, learning a stance, and then learning attacking from that stance, and then that's all they do? No, and it's like they do all kinds of shadow boxing, but they learn how to make a fist, they learn stances, they learn attacking in different ways from those stances. It's like how you foot like this, attack this, you learn this way to attack, and you can also attack like this and like this from this stance. It's like you learn to attack with straight punch from this stance, and then with an uppercut you can understand. But it's not that that's the end all be all. The boxers do to win boxing fight. It's just practice throwing punches from a stance and shadow boxing. That's the end all be all. No, that they might stop with that. If I go to a boxer, it'd be like, hey, I don't know nothing about boxing, guy. Can you teach me? They got like a free beginner's course. I won't be surprised if they would have like, okay, everybody, beginner's class, gotta teach you how to stand. You stand like this, left foot forward, right foot, look at my legs like this. And it's like you stand like this, and then look at my hand, you go like this now, something like this. And now everybody do this, and we're doing that 100 times, something like this. Okay. And maybe a little bit later, okay, now, it's like, okay, you do your wrong for this correct a little bit. Like, now we're going to go to a different thing. Everybody's got like this way. Now we're going to that, followed by this. Okay. So the things like this. That's important. A lot of the knife fighting training methodology and philosophy I have is similar to boxing, because what works. So boxers that are looking to win fight can't really afford to train in ridiculous, pointless ways. See, do you understand? It's like they can't really afford to spend time at a pro level or aiming to get pro training in stupid ways that doesn't really help them to get better. See, so that whatever they end up doing in boxing, which is more than 100 years old, like the sport of boxing in the West, it's gonna be like established that this makes sense to do this in training. Have a bag punch it, shadow boxing, a speedball. See, it's like things people started, they never stopped. It wasn't like, well, we figure out this is completely pointless. I kind of now look at boxing and how most boxers train. It's going to be the same thing. It's going to be shadow boxing. It's going to be uh, skipping rope condition. Now that's more for athleticism, but like skipping rope, there's going to be heavy back punching. There's going to be sparring and things like this. So there's going to be things that. Here's the point. So it's basically it's very similar if you would be learning something else. And part of what you can learn is the skill of learning the skills. So that if you can learn as a person to learn that skill, something like that, you learn the methodology of learning a skill. So it's the skill of learning a skill, self-taught. If you can teach yourself one thing, there's going to be overarching, like how to get better at other things. You understand? Repetition, practice, be honest with yourself. Like when I'm singing, I do everything else. And sometimes I'm singing really well. Other times I said, this sounds like that here, or those are bad ones. When I get to do this, sounds bad. I don't get comfort, really bad for what I'm hearing. Because it's being honest with yourself about something. And I give it when I know the noise comes. You understand? It's once again doing things yourself. So that's when I can always do example. So you go back. That could be your people. I'm complicated with more house with surprise. My mate was surprising with it, catching off guard, misdirecting me with the ego. There's the ego behind me or something like this. It got you looking and turning. It's like I'm compensating that quality attack, the element of surprise from a quality attack. So it's like it's 10 points of quality attack. It needs to be 9 points of surprise. Yeah. So I think that's one. It's like it's not a middle there. It's not like a wrecking ball. It's not a pop strike. It's kind of like it's not a little bit of everything, but not enough anything that's good. But it's important. I'm getting frustrated, but okay, I have both sides in the right pocket. But my ball was conditioned to grab no, they want to shoot their pocket is the knife. Which is like the greatest order. I have this thing I'm feeling in my right pocket is a knife. So it's like it walks out with a well, then it's not like I'm facing my pocket, that might be wrong. So what are this for? We got to the point with these lighters where you have to assist and use force sometimes because it's like low on gas. So a lot of times you use two, and it can work and one and it won't work. Sometimes this lighter has a good spark, and then the other lighter has good gas. And put together they work well. Yeah, so basically, night running, when you better night running, I would recommend you a better night run, but tell yourself if you could do that night run easily, and then leave it. Just calm yourself and you will be great. And then leave it down. Good. A very real
danger in life like you is you getting hurt by your own weapon. It is a real danger, actually. We're not talking pain now, we're talking about fighting. I believe that it's a very real danger for people to get cut themselves as they're moving at night. Especially if it's not controlled as you should train, even with a training knife, like in front of yourself, away from your body, kind of control, and not like moving you around like close to the ball and stuff, which makes it more risky. But if you're moving the knife around and there's force being applied to you in different ways, in unexpected ways, it's like you're moving here, there's something hitting you like a kick, it's like there's a very real chance that you could get hurt by the whole knife. Not by your like direct error as a result of your direct action. Like you move stupid or had too loose with whip or skull or something like this. But from somebody throwing kicks, punches, or going for a knife or ends up being pulled into your body or dragged to brush against your body or something like this. Here's another thing I want to teach you for safety. If you fall on prison or assuming a certain depth and drilling attacks. So it's like what you do for training right now, you assume this stance, maybe high guard, and have the knife here and you practice attacking like this, and then or 12 to 6. My point is this: wrong way of retraction. If you're drilling from this guard, which works with batons and swords and knives and anything, well, a lot of things. If you're practicing things where attack in front of yourself, then retracting kind of to the side of your head or your shoulder. Don't retract after attacking like this, which could be intuitive, like this, which might be the natural way to do it. If you would be like I tell you to drill, stand here and then attack and then pull it back again. How you might end up pulling it back is like this possible. Okay. Which makes it more risky if you're training that you do an excellent eye for yourself. Or get yourself in the face somehow. So a safe way to retract from here, executing this, rather than this, which is like natural, just like forward and then back, straight back, and you end up moving the tip towards yourself. See? So a safer way to do the retraction is after attack like this, retracting like this, see, where you're retracting more like this. Do you understand? So you're not retracting like this, but more like this. See? So in case you practice with a knife, you don't end up poking yourself in the eye. Because even like a rubber training knife, it could be uncomfortable to poke yourself in the eye. So it's like here, then you can retract more like this, where you're not moving the tip towards your face and your neck. Also, that translates to real fighting. Because if I have the tip pulled at myself, and there's a kick or a punch or a shove, that drives the tip into me. It's like I'm training myself and risking. Do you understand? So if I have the tip towards you, it's dangerous for you to move towards it. Okay? Just that, like this is blocking moving straight this way. See, just this holding here. And where the tip is, it becomes dangerous to move in that direction. Now, if I hold the knife like this, okay, like this, ready to attack like this, and I have this guard, and you kick like a tip here, then you stab the knife. If I have the knife like this, and I'm ready, I'm thinking like I'm ready to do this, okay, but if you kick, if somebody kicks or pushes or grabs the knife, you can end up being pushed into myself. Okay? So a lot of times you keep the tip away from you and you don't have the weapon aimed at your own body. And a simple way, another way that you want to slip or something. So I like to get involved in details. It's not bogged down, it's worked out in details. It's more work being worked out than bogged down. Which work is what we need to. With a lot of control back and moving, it's simple, it's what we need to. Got a little truck here, neighborhood track and the flash and so on. Well, this emergency warning. I support. I think they have the lights on anytime they move the vehicle for safety purposes. Like a working truck. I would suspect that the works in the neighborhood, they might do that if they move the vehicle. So similar to some trucks that if they back up automatically, okay, to prevent risks, to mitigate, to reduce the risk of driving around. Got a high visibility pattern. High visibility like reflecting tape and stuff. Orange and like signal reflecting stuff like it also. So anyway, support I-5 motion laws. What makes sense to do for training, and it doesn't have to be. It's like I'm going to talk about what I think can help you get better I-5 motion laws for training, normal training initially. And it has to be like a super, like exactly like this. You have to start with the grip change skills, and then these are here are different useful things you can do, and then some general things. So like the first thing would be learning the two grip threshold, the two main grips. That makes sense. The two colder grips, they work for most knives. And then after learning the grips, you can start learning different stances, aka guards. Stances and guards are more or less interchangeable use. Because a stance like is a guard. It's a body posture I have where I'm not positioned in a way to be movable. So my stance is a guard. So it's like this I call no guard or kick guard, where my hands at my hips kind of here. And then from here you can use speed as a defensive. It's not personally with my level of athleticism as speed and reflexes. Static defense is not something I have made on as much. Where I use more speed and movement as my defense, like a reactive defense. Where somebody who's heavier and slower and less athletic, it becomes more important to have a good static defense where you have your head covered. If you can't move fast this way, it becomes more important that as you're stuck here, that you're well covered. Understand? If you're too slow, your reflexes, your athleticism is low, and somebody that's fast, if you post a distance and connect with something, it's more important that you have a static defense that if the person quickly close distance and throws at your head, you're well covered. Whereas if you're fast and have better reflexes, you have a better chance to be able to see an attack coming and moving out of the way or intercepting, moving things into the way. You understand? Where like a fast boxer, some boxers end up in the ring, and this, people have high level athleticism and couple of high level skill. We see them they're in the ring hands down, and they're just like they're using their body movement as defense. And then there's other boxers, these ones they feel shallow, it's called, was that they keep a certain guard and keep themselves well covered at all times. See? And then there's other boxers that have more of a style that's relying on speed. Which is like this, so there's different extremes. The some boxers like they defensively conscious, responsible, that they keep like themselves covered. When they're close to you, they're in punching range or near punching range, they're well covered. Okay, they get covered in doable areas. And then other boxers have more a style of relying on speed and the reaction, like reflexes, to get out of harm's way or to pivot things if something comes. So different styles, it depends on who you are. Now here's the point. Where does I go with this? Yeah, so knife and martial arts training seems to make sense. You know the two main grips that I showed you. The thumb at the back and the thumb at the bottom grip. The thumb at the back is the regular grip, and the thumb at the bottom is the reverse, inverted, upside down, whatever grip. Okay. Here's the thumb at the back grip. Here's the thumb at the bottom grip. And an alteration of the thumb at the back grip is thumb at the back, pink at the bottom, which is the opposite of the thumb at the bottom, where you have a digit at the bottom. So here's the thumb at the back. Learn these two grips. Thumb at the back and thumb at the bottom. And then here's a variation of the thumb at the back grip. Your thumb at the back, pink at the bottom, which is doing the same thing for you as the thumb at the back does. Resistance to stabbing. When you're stabbing, the finger at the bottom helps. And with the pink at the bottom, it's the same thing for stabbing with the regular. After loading the two main grips, you can start practicing different stances and guards. Different ways of attacking for those stances and guards. And doing repetitions. Initially, you can be pretty static and somewhat rigid. And over time, you become more fluid. Where it's like, what is rigidity in that? It's like what this one stance is one way of attacking several times. And then it's like assuming another stance. And then this one way of attacking this stance and then doing that. And then maybe, okay, same stance, different way of attacking, more hooking. And then hooking to different target zone and then go from here to here. See? This is to the neck. See? And then it's like, okay, learn that too, you got repetitions in, I feel like I can do this pretty well. This, like from this stance, this position of my body, delivering this to the neck. And then back together. And you can feel that. And it's like, well, now let's switch to reverse grip and have like a high guard stance like this. And then practice attacking like this. And feel that. Now that's pretty rigid. One stance, one way of attacking, drilling that one stance way of attacking repeatedly. And then switch to another one, switch to another one. Now the diversity becomes less rigid. Eventually, you can start sequencing things together and chain attacks together. When you learn this one stance while we're attacking, you got it decent at least at it, you got it better. And now you can start from here, attack here, go to here, and then that, and then back to the high guard, and then this, and then you can make it more flowy and then do combos. Everything now. So do you understand? So if a person starts out,
get a training knife, learn the two grips, thumb at the back and the thumb at the bottom. Alternation of the regular grip, thumb at the back, pink at the bottom. That's 3 grips, okay. And then, okay, let's start with the regular grip here. Thumb at the back. Assume this stance, aka guard, in front of a mirror, just in shadow box in a room like this. And then learn this one way of attacking. What can I do from here? I can attack like this, see. After I'm attacking, retract, return to same guard, and then attack in the same way again. And you can practice just this. And everything is static, I remain planted here. And I'm focusing on mostly like maintaining this guard and then attacking in this way with this arm, okay? And then, okay, let's switch to, from this stance, go down to the hip and practice attack a different way from here. Staying static and planted with my body and just focusing on mostly the arm right now. And the form of the attacks with the arm. So I'm maintaining the guard, and what can I do from here? I can attack like an uppercut like this, kind of diagonally like this, or whatever you pick up attack, like here for example. See here, or it could be straight up from here, here, see, straight up, see, here, and then drill that, everything static. Now, weighted training is you do all these different static drills, one guard, one way attacking, alternate, switch, after getting repetitions in one of them, sort of get a hang of it, switch to another one, and everything is static where you're standing still and just mainly focusing on maintaining a certain guard, attacking once, retract, return to the guard, and attacking again. Drilling that. Later on, you can make it more fluid by a little bit less rigidity, a little bit less static, where you can have the same thing, start with this one grip, this one stance, this one way attacking, see? And then you can make it more fluid, less static by going, now let's, everything the same, only I'm stepping forward and doing that attack and then stepping back, see? And it's a little bit less static now. But it's like you've been drilling this one stance, that is one way attacking, and then you can work with the same thing and make it less static by going everything the same, only step in, attack, retract, and then step back, see? And then practicing closing the distance, and then doing it, and then back. And then you can do it another way, where it's like you step back and attack, and then things like this. So you start out static, and then make it less static over time, and diversifying as it is. Eventually, you can get into more flow and you run, you in, out, up, down, left, right, and slowly work. So, eventually, you want to get to, you start with shadow boxes, and I can use your shadow box into a group. But no other groups and groups and drills and everything. So it's kind of shadow box. It's like you do the impact. So what I call impact training is where you're impacting, you're hitting something. So not long as start training. You want to take the training to impact training. And there's so many different forms of impact training. If you have wooden stick that is like symbolizing the knife, and you have like a tree of that draw, then you can start the same thing you would do in shadow boxing. There's air that apply it to impact training, make impact training. It's the same thing in from the tree, and then I just lightly tap right after impact, and then retract, and then impact, retract. Another form of impact training is you can suspend an object from the ceiling like by swing, like a tennis ball, volleyball, and impact training. And that's more advanced than impact training because it's closer to combat use, meaning something that's moving than impact training. Moving away from you, something moving away from you at you to the side, up towards you and up towards you, and then way and down as it is. And that's more advanced. So something like this thing is a pocket knife, metal pocket knife. And this is definitely less dangerous to use for training than an actual sharper pocket knife, which you should do. Don't try the thing you see in the video, it's actually hard. Now, this could be made into an effective weapon. And what I would want to do is to grind it down to have a triangular tip would be a sequel way to make it a lot more effective. So like an angle grinder and do a pyramid top cut
where it's like a triangle, the top of a triangle here. Okay, then it becomes like this shape, which could be there, English we call it. Basically make the thing be this shape up here, and it speeds up the output English. And that's all it is remove material. You wouldn't have to sharpen it, nothing. All you have to do is remove material. So that's the only change that really operate like the dangerousness of water. I mean, if you just do two cuts, zip, zip, like this, and no shock and no nothing, you just made it a lot more weaponry. From our bottom line, it's like the side cannot be weaponry. If you decide to be not shock and we're not holding this in. Put your makes this good as a training knife. If you're looking to stop training knife more short, you have to do it before. But I recommend that you don't use an actual knife because it's risky. Okay. And the point of training is to get better. But if you're training reality based, and not only for like a meditation or a hobby or something like that, but you're training in a way that could translate to like actually raising your ability and help you get better. What is the point of training knife martial arts? If you're training boxing, it's like I'm training boxing as a way for exercise and I enjoy it. And it's good for my mind. And I'm also in the back right going, in case I get attacked, I guess I can use the boxing for self-defense to have a better chance at winning a fight between myself. Now, would it make sense to train boxing when we get injured, which chances you being worse at fighting? No, it doesn't. If you're training where you get injured, it's like, oh, I can't throw punches, I got a bad arm from how I've been training, I've been punching trees, okay, full power, and I've got a bad wrist, shoulder, arm, and it's like I can say I can't throw punches anymore because of the training I'm doing. That doesn't make any sense. So if you're training the way, it makes you like super injured. Okay, injury to it's like the investment. Okay, what are you getting for this level of pain and injury information to this? It's like it doesn't make sense to train the way. The point of training is to make yourself more dangerous and better at fighting with a knife. If you're training way that makes you physically, mechanically, it makes you physically less capable of fighting, then the training is like self-defeating. It's okay. So, I mean, if you train knife fighting in real life, you're not wrong with the knife. Just use a real knife and say, go with the hair like a butch knife. Draw with the foot and flip the balls. Because they listen to it and say, no, it's a real knife for training. And then they go to the ER, they've got a bad food, but then it's like you can't breathe as fast as blood suffers, you can't go to distance as fast, you got to work to get better. I don't know. If you are training the way we listen to you, and it's like you're drilling and you're tracking it like this, you have like this, and I'll poke your eye, now you have one eye, which messes with depth perception and makes it hard for you to be accurate and put your attacks into this. And it's like, you understand. So they just be kind of like extreme examples of you can make too risky. When you're risking, it's like losing an eye or having a bad food or a bad hand that hurts your grip strength and things like this. So training safe is smart. Now there's nothing truly safe. Okay? You're standing still holding a real knife. There's just a level of risk involved. Like maybe if you sneeze like this. It's like the no chat you sneeze or something like this. And you drop it. That's of course enough is like truly safe. There's a point. I find martial arts training. Too much ego. It's the ego correction. I feel this people watching video students that have too much ego. You have to bow down to the floor, right down, like this. And then this is the ego correction stick, right hitting it over the back. Too much ego. This is weak ego. That's what we want. Like it's got certain marks in Japan where they have a correction stick, where someone has too much ego. And like the guy who don't do this meditation martial arts,
it goes and beats you over the back of the stick. And too much ego. Too much ego. There was that's like a reference part of it. It's like there was a travel show, Figure for Freedom. There's a Swedish duo, team duo, that has had several shows in Sweden. They've been like travel shows and stuff. They go to Japan and they travel around the world and meet each other and stuff. Then they went to Japan, okay, and then they checked in for like a repeat, maybe a weekend, stay at a Buddhist temple or something like Japan. Something like that. With their lives, okay, leaving the temple for meditation. And then they dress like that and they do a big part like the Buddhist life, like going to this like waiting. Whatever they do. Okay. Then at the moment they're going to check in, the producer had it broken into them. So it's like the producer was trying to like, yeah, go ahead and have you check in for free. And then they break it to them on the right hand side. You're going to have to shave your hair. Okay? But to be in this, you have to shave your hair to be a monk in this temple. So this is like taking off your shoes or something. So you're supposed to take off your shoes to go to the house. So it's like you're going to have to shave off your hair to be like a that's part of the fact you're going to have to shave off your hair. Okay. Then a lot of guys are freaking out. And because a big part of his identity, I guess, is his haircut. And a lot of it, that's why I heard from him so much when I saw him involved. Because it's such a big part of identity. And it's like some weird status in which, like, some people are a big part of their identity, and I guess it's like how their handsomeness is like their hair or something like this. A lot of guys, as they start losing their hair, it's like a big deal to them. So they have to comb balls and toothpaste and all kinds of stuff because it's like the whole life, a big part of identity is like the hair. It's a big part of like the appearance in the ego. And so that's the basis, like his guy's hair and like some kind of thing. And so the guy has to lose all the hair now. Okay. And he's freaking out. And he's like, I'm not doing this. It's like, and the other guy is probably kind of do one. He's like, I'm doing it, okay? He's doing it. And then the other guy, I'm doing it. Screw this. Okay. It's like, then he goes with, I guess, they have two sort of two cameras. So he goes out, he's going to the nightclub scene. The one guy stays, he cuts his hair, and he stays there. And then the other guy is like, he goes to the nightclub scene. And it's like a camera on him. He's in jail divorce, being drunk and obnoxious. And then it's one part of the segment is like, they have like an ego stick. And then like the head coach of Mike, for some reason, it's just like talking like it instructs him to like how to cross and how to walk out of this. And it's not hitting on the stick on the back. Not like I was playing, but it's like kind of it's kind of happening a little bit. And it's like, oh, it's like you should say thank you for removing ego. So his attitude wasn't right until I was able to stick. It's like your attitude should be thank you for my ego. It's like the guy's like thank you for ego. So basically what's happening about lying about like, oh, but it would be like you should be humble and be like thank you for ego. But yeah, that was cool.
I remember the water prayer because it was a daishi something, but it was a daishi. Det var ju vad jag läste på. Yeah, when old. Yeah, so who wants to go with this? I can feel the egos, like someone's ego is falling out right now. Too much ego. You have to say thank you for removing ego.
Still too much ego. Okay. Yeah. You heard about people talk about it before. Beating the ego and the devil over it. Du kan som torv, det just det torv du kan beat your ego. Too much ego. I'm getting into that. I can see this should hire this ego question back to these stuff. That's a job I have to do. Too much ego. We did it no more. Too much ego. Still too much. Still too much ego. Eckhart Tolle will be the first one. If you check his mindfulness temple. If you hit over the head, but it's not the back. That's the ego inside of that head. Too much ego. Okay. That's the last little great photo of ego that was left to bring out of. Just left, bro. I can feel the ego is going back again. Only you need to think about it. So keep the ego down. Keep it in check. Too much ego. So that was important. Yeah, so it's important. I think they were. But it is important. Nice martial arts. So yeah, so talk about Musashi for 5 minutes. One of the things they talked about, he was Musashi. He is a famous swordsman who, according to history, a letter reporter, had 60 plus sword fight duels to the death without dying. Which means most of the time the other guy died. Okay. So it wasn't to the death for him, but to the almost death for other person. So Storm Musashi is basically, he was a guy, he was a sword fighter. And I think a Ronin amongst the samurai, which in Japanese I think is used for like a monstrous dog, like a stray dog, like a street dog. I think there's a connection between Ronin and Ronin, which would be like a monstrous samurai. So typically you would have like a free agent. Typically a samurai, the samurai class, would be a soldier bodyguard type of person in the service of a person. Okay. There'd be a little bit like a mix of a soldier and a bodyguard, like a secret service. Sometimes you got the secret service where like Trump, you get some big shot and you have samurais, like an army of samurais, some samurais might be his personal specialty. But the point is this: samurai were warriors, and they were typically like in the army, in the service or somebody. And it wasn't just like a guy in the village, for example, I'm going to be samurai, you go find the swords and walk around with samurai, not being samurai. There was a certain type of class, and then they'd be working for somebody. And also that for like Japanese servant culture is a whole different level. Where my analysis of the West versus Japan is the West is more narcissistic, whereas Japan is not unique to Japan. But in general, Asian countries, a lot of Asian cultures, and let's stick to Japan, have more like I'm a part of a whole serving the community and others. More like a selfless culture that it reinforces that. Where in the West it's more me. It's more individualistic. Whereas in Japan, the culture is more self-sacrificial and serving another, serving society sacrificially.
where it's like if it's like your role is to serve this person. If you fail to do this, it's like to do so. It's Japan is less of a narcissistic culture has been than the West, and West is more like a culturally narcissistic. America, Sweden is more like more of a narcissistic culture. If you look at that certain cultures like a system, and there's like a school of thought or like a way of being. It's like the Japanese culture system. There's more serving than serving something external than yourself. Okay? It's more about serving something external than the expense of yourself than serving yourself. So anyways, it's important. And include like Japan, if they would fail the duties, they're off themselves. They're not alive themselves. That's all for the culture. And they spread over to World War II. So their history and their culture, like cultural heritage, like Bushido or samurai culture, and things like how they do it. So basically, like into deeper details about their culture, like the samurai ancestral and the heritage of their culture's been like you serve the boss, and if you're being shamed and fail to do this, it's like your officer. That this carried off into to like save your honor, your house, your family's safe place. There's like a guy who's serving a big shot as a samurai and someone has to do this. And you bring shame upon his own bloodline by a way to save himself, to off himself, and then it's like save his face come out. Okay. This carried over into World War II, which is part of what made Japan compensated with morale over like being disadvantaged financially in terms of equipment, weapons, and numbers. Like a big part about like carrying the whole team of carrying for a long way was their fighting spirit and their morale, where they were willing rather to their part and be with ancestors. Meaning, it wasn't just that they were like not that worried about dying in combat. A lot of them like they just like hoping to die in combat because that is the other side. It's like they were just like not that worried about dying in combat. A lot of them were like the ancestors. It's like I go out and place a bullet charge an enemy, like a spear type thing. And to be honest, that's like some of them were kind of half desiring dying in battle. So I remember there was I saw something along. It was like some place where when they fought a certain position where the Japs were, out of 500, they had to kill 495 of them. And the last 5 killed themselves. Was like an American or whatever allied forces guy. We counted like how hard it was to fight the Japs. Because they wouldn't surrender. It's like normally it's like you're out of bullets or like you're faced with overwhelming force, you suffer heavy casualties, you have no like real way to put up a fight, you're running out of bullets, no ammo. It's like there's certain things that most people will give up, okay, and surrender. But I remember there's certain battles where it's like out of the 500 people stationed here, you would find the Japs, depends on installation, what you call it, whatever. So we had to kill 495 of 500, and the last 5 killed themselves. See, that's basically that captain position. So the captain's position held by 500 Japs. They had to kill 495 out of 500, and the last 5 killed themselves. Meaning, it's like everybody lost. See, it's like the Americans wanted to be able to do this hard job from the emperor or something. Via the general wants to keep the position and don't let them take it. It's like we failed, whatever. And it's like they fought to the death, whereas like the other ones like go over the top. It's like it could be like advancing line of the airlines and tanks and stuff. They're like in the trenches, maybe they low bullets and don't have maybe AK capability and stuff. But it's like they go over the top like short as a sword. Just one guy just on some collision go over the top of the
if he doesn't not believe he's gonna make it. Okay? So the jabs had like a rare fighting spirit and what you could call a red. Okay, where they simply refused to give up. They would fight to the last man, last bullet, and if you run out of bullets, they do a vein charge into machine gun fighting with veins. Okay. So I keep firing bullets, run out of bullets. It's not like, oh, run out of bullets, that's where you fight flatly. You always like, okay, wait until it goes and run at it and try to hold the veins, like into machine gun fights. So the jab might be a completely different thing. That is important. The big point it comes to the heritage. It was like in World War II, somebody figured out a way to have the jabs fight to the last man and not surrender easily, and then just defeat that. That's like the whole generational heritage from culture, agriculture, self-sacrificial service of the home and your superiors and dying for your country and that's things that is. And yeah. So anyways, back to the song. So Versace had 60 plus sword fight duels doing that. They started being Saha and then he started fighting duels. And he had 60 plus sword duels to the death. And survived to tell the tale. And
What is school? History. What is school? What is history? And if you can't know how to put in the detail, that's what it's not doing. But it's not in the detail. It's not the Bible. Now, 60 plus duels. 60 plus duels. Sword fights with that. And basically, after having maybe the most successful sword fight because this is the guy and all the people fighting with swords, like this is like the number one place. He's go over the hill, he's an older man, and sits down and decides to write like a man or from his experience. And get to recognize he still has value. They can think value and not feel like he needs to externalize it. Like he's fought 60 soldiers past to the death. He's really changing and understanding and I feel like he also passes on to them. And he wants to be a good performance, which I looked at. I think it's not a community. I don't think it's something that you fight that time for. But it's an interesting book. And it has different elements. So the book is around elements. Like the air, water, and it can become hard to understand at first glance, but it's interesting. And some of these rules do not think it's on. Do nothing which is of no use. Is another one. Small people have to be familiar with the spirit of small people. But he talks in ways. Communicating from positive translators to English, it's like a different way of thinking and communicating with translating time to time. But they have those that are like energy or not so that a small person has to learn with the guys like this like with more people need to become familiar with this field of law. It's a lot of it's kind of like a vague language, but it's kind of like this field of law. And carry a certain speed rather than hyper focus on the physical because that over this knuckle, left foot forward, right over. It's more philosophical than technical. If you look at it, it's a lot of philosophical, like energy, feel, attitude. It's a lot of that here. And it's almost, I would say, kind of from this, not like a, not to look at recently, not to look at a lot on time. Like it's almost, I would say, safe to say that there's more vague, there's more non-technical, right? It's more like concept, vague spirit and feel and like vibe and attitude and mindset and intention in there than like hyper focus on detail, physical details. The book, you read the book of 5 days, there's more of like attitude and philosophy of like do not think like this, see, then okay, here's the book. Thumb here, head here, stand like this, and fight short or something like this. And it's like attacking combinations, three slots. It's not that technical, it's more philosophical than technical. It is more of like become familiar, as a small people become familiar with the spirit of large people. It's not like to fight a bigger man, use your speed and move your arms faster. So this is like more of like become familiar and grasp the spirit of the large person and have the attitude to hurt the enemies attack. This is like an equal proportion or more of what the philosophy and research was. That more like as you attack to adopt this spirit and attitude and have this intention and also like as you're training don't have a favorite weapon. See? And there's a lot of that was like don't think like this, have this attitude and for fighting is a general principle that it is like you can beat many if you fight right and they don't have the right okay. So this kind of there's a very obtuseness theme of it. But it's clear it is being kind of vague and like almost mystical of what they said at face value for the book. There's like
Yeah, but it is in the book. So Musashi was a swordsman, a warrior, and he had 60 plus confirmed sword fight duels to the death. One of the most famous ones was when he fought Kojiro with an oar. Okay. And psychological warfare, he arrived late to frustrate his opponent at an island. The battle took place, where he was scheduled to fight Kojiro on an island. Okay, for sure. And this is like these things like movies of this. Like it's real history. You read about it. It's like a part of a movie, like Samurai movie or something like this. It's like he's been charged for duel and he's going to the island to fight this other guy. Now, so he had a deal with Kojiro and he was gonna fight him on an island. And he's in a rowboat. And what he does, he fights him with a bokken, like a wooden sword, that he improvised himself. So a bokken is like a wooden sword, used for sparring or other training. And he had an oar, the oars of the boat. He cuts it to get the oar of a boat more swordy, more better for a weapon. And he fought him with a wooden stick, and the guy had a real sword. Okay, so it's like it's at the level where he's giving himself self-imposed handicap. See, it's like he's gonna fight a guy, he gives himself a handicap. See, it'd be like if you like a sprinter, like Usain Bolt, and you got to a point where you're so superior. There's like Usain Bolt is gonna race me, and it's like I race this guy with ankle weights and win. See, you understand? It's like some kind of silent confidence. It's signaling something if you think about it. It's gonna have another fight to the death with a person, a duo, and they're gonna fight to the death. The other guy's gonna have a sword. And it's like, no, I'm gonna fight with a wooden stick. Okay, guy's gonna have a sword. I'm gonna have a wooden stick. And he didn't accept that as rules. There's like it wasn't that Kojiro demanded that for me to take the fight with you, you need to have a wooden sword and I get to have a real one. That was he chose them. He accepted a sword rule to the death and so decides to fight him with a training sword, a bokken, like a wooden sword, and he only use wooden swords, sticks for sparring and things like this. For safety, because it's made to be less weaponry, less dangerous. See, to be like if a person was good enough at knife fighting, it'd be like, yeah, it's like the guy's gonna have this, and I'm gonna have this in duel, and I fight him with this. Do you understand? That's a different level, like confidence or gaff or whatever. It's a combination of different factors. Okay, so it's like it's important. Confidence mingle with gaff. Okay, maybe it's just getting bored this time. It's like it's getting too easy. It's like I had to give myself a handicap. So anyway, support. Uh, yeah, so Musashi for Kojiro, and I work from memory, so if I go pull it up, it might be like, oh, I got the detail wrong. It was actually a different guy. So it's not impossible that I can misremember something. So I will work from memory. So Musashi had 60 plus sword fight duels to the death. One of the most famous duels was against Kojiro on island. And as he transported himself to the island in a boat, a rowboat, he gets an oar and cuts it into a weapon. Okay, so maybe if it's like a normal oar where it's like wide, but he cuts off that. I could picture that. Like if you have an oar, it's like a stick, and then it's like a leaf where it goes out at the end, and that hurts the aerodynamic if you're swaying it. So I can see how what you want to do to have it more effect as a weapon is cut off like the wings of the oar to have it just like a stick. Okay, rather than having this extra material on the sides. So possibly that simple, maybe make it a bit more ergonomic, maybe change the weight a little bit, cutting off some material down here, whatever. But he improvised a wood sword and he won in the right way. Another time he made a capture when he was in an engine where people are upset about his making people look bad, I guess. It's like outshining message of schools and they're created like vengeance attitudes for people. That he shows up and challenges like the head of a sword school in Japan. Where like they have like this is the school and they're gonna have different styles and philosophy. But he shows up challenging the head of the sword fighting school to do and beats his ass in front of everybody. And then that creates like then they can create like bad blood on the stuff. So it's like he was not really liked everybody. But it's like there's no substitute for success. So it's hard to deny his success. So people might have been like he's being disrespectful possibly or kind of acting out, but it's like they couldn't deny the success. So if people are centric on fighting ability, it's like his redeeming quality is in fighting ability, even though he's acting as so it's very important. And I think he grew up with this argument too. He might be involved in our so anyway, it's important. Such a sword fighter had many people to the death. Sword fighter to the death. Then he ended up running a sword fighting medal, and that's oversimplifying, but that's why. And it's not only that, there's a sword fighting medal that can be applied to some Japanese businesses. Be that, that's so sad. You could call it different strategy. And that's really can be large scale conflict or small scale conflict, you can be big fighters.
that's one of the things that you can derive from like research throughout these teachings. Don't get bogged down in style. So it's like I'm gonna do wrestling. You understand? It's like if I was in UFC, one of the things that I actually learned, if I hadn't done already, if I was like I'm wrestling, I'm gonna force this guy. I'm gonna beat this guy with my wrestling. It's like the main point should be winning the fight. And if it's winning the fight with strikes or kicks or wrestling, you understand? Not all the reasons. It's like I'm going to be induced the whole fight, and what I'm going to do again comes you can be 2 seconds before fight. You usually indulge those not to fear, and then I wait to get tired of this. It's all you do is what's against that. Yeah, the main goal is winning the battle. The main goal is winning. So the right strategy, right technique is the one that creates the victory. There's not a wrong. It's something that you should be focused on, like always be with a constant attack. Even though there might be some things that you can teach, there is a probability that, well, yeah, it's like statistically most likely it's really not system. It's not about like statistically. It's like always be with trust for myself. We could probably be forward to probability that there will be forward in terms of like, we can see it wasn't going to be the boss and be with trust. And we just people cannot balance and trust and environment to be that well, we can make it do or culture be that we need to be trust and that. Whereas you are more, like at home, we need to be safety and positive things. So you more active, whereas sometimes it's just a little slash, sometimes it's slash. Sometimes it's very like standing line. Wait for them to get that. Sometimes it's best to do the question and also and teach from sometimes you get a sometimes you will be better to you understand. So this culture is overly technical. It's more like the law for getting you to be a person that is able to win without relying on a formula, like a fixed formula. Because the reality is fluid. So if you're forcing that fixed thing, it's like living in the past. Do you understand? And as I'm thinking about this, how does this apply? Well, if you think about it, the biblical strategy. In World War I, there was that warfare. See? And it would better be fluid, like a concentrations. We feel like static warfare. Do you understand clearly what works in combat? How you do in World War I? Yeah, we'll figure out the best strategy. Dig down, stay in a hole, and then fire, keep wash on them. And sometimes go over the top of the now, if you have breathing, you have and then the area starts to do something different. The students that start to do what's nice and good on whatever they do, the students, not scared. And we just switch the dropping bombs or like, not going to be forcing. It's the right way to fight, stay static, and it's a nice to choose. So, we either like to shoot, and things that are like to do. So, here's another thing. And some of this is like, I'm not calling it this sport, it's like I'm extracting and then talking about what I teach you. And what we can kind of disseminate this way of teaching and teaching what's going on. Yeah, that's an interesting person. It's an interesting person. And he was also a proponent. Now we get it more style or people. He was people with people at the same time. Using the sword with the sword. So the Japanese, Japanese seven, they have something in life. And that's not really important. I did not have that. That's the they were a short sword and a long sword, smaller than my consumption. They were a long sword, and the consumption is not a sword. And the consumption is not, it's about this long term. And the call is long. Now, what is long? The short sword. It's more conducive to indoor fire in small spaces, so high space. So the shorter the view, the shorter the sword. The smaller the space, the smaller the weapon. It will be very much. So, for example, if you in a edge weapon like in a full, you better off having a weapon in the form. It would be easier to fight with a small sword, a very small sword, fight with a knife. You're better off having a knife fighting a long than a long sword. So if you take that, think about it. If you're indoors, a maquisage can be easy to be effective with. Very tall. And out in the open, like in the street, katana is better. The can advantage disadvantages. So you need more space to wield a long sword. You need more space to wield a long sword. Another thing about small sword and shorter sword. Typically, it's easy to be fast swing very light and small one. And speed. And the doctor was also performing a sword. So, sometimes I think it's a complication with a sword. With your husband, well, a guy who designed Oh yeah, one of the good things that we will more Yeah, I don't know. We want to before using these tools. And I think now, we can use using and one of the advantages of what we're using
There's an advantage of having more performance and a lot of people. As I talked about before, in knife fighting, it's like observation beats argument a lot of time. So if I'm working to get a consequence and talk about how I believe that using two knives, here's what I believe is an advantage. If you deal with having two knives at the same time versus having one. And I can talk about how fighting more with opponents, but if I just show you, kind of like it's easy to get the point across by talking and showing at the same time. So if I have one sword, as I talked about before, if it's like a kung fu movie, and there's a henchman over here, and there's two henchmen over here, okay? Okay, maybe that's like the ringleader. And then here's the two henchmen. So there's three henchmen here, okay? And there's one henchman over in that corner, and two henchmen over here. And it's like, I'm gonna fight these people now. And these people are starting to post a distance. And I'm leaping in to attack this guy, and I start attacking this guy. And I need to attack these guys behind me. I can only attack in one direction. See? So with one sword, I can only attack in this direction, one direction at a time. I can only attack in front of myself or behind myself, one direction at a time. If there's a crowd of people, and let's just use three to begin with. There's one person here, two people here. And I stab this guy and I keep attacking him, and there's two people here. If they're so close to the distance, I'll stab this guy. I have to turn around and attack this way. And I'm not attacking that way at the same time. Whereas with two swords, I can attack in both directions at the same time. It's not like attack over here and I have to attack over here. So with one weapon, one sword, I can only attack one direction at a time. So if there's enemies this direction, that direction, I have to alternate between attacking here and here. And there's more efficient ways to go about that, like stab here, pull and cut back, see, where it's like you can more quickly switch between directions. So like attack here, and then in a more effective way, pull back and attack. So it's not like attack here, go, turn, look, and then here or something like this. It's attack here, pull, and then cut behind as I'm retracting. So it's like attacking with a thrust, and then using the retraction movement to cut behind myself, see. Now with two swords, I don't have to attack one way at a time and be as effective as like quickly attacking here, they have to quickly attack there and then attack over here again if needed. With two swords, I can attack in both directions at the same time. So if you're fighting a multitude of people, a crowd, several opponents, that's there's an advantage to having two swords, two knives if you're fighting multiple people, more than one, two or more. See, two or more directions. So with two knives, I can attack two directions simultaneously. Meaning, if you think fixed scenario where one person standing here and one person standing here, I can attack both of them at the same time. Versus one weapon. Do you understand? If there's also if you want to take a prisoner, which I believe in the book, the translation I wrote in the sword fighting manual, which I call it, and it roll over his grave, it's the book of strategy, Adam after the decisions. He says, talks about either using two swords or if you use the short sword, that is useful to take a prisoner. And I thought about that. What does that mean? Most likely it means taking a hostage, okay? So you take a prisoner, which is a little bit strange for terminology. Taking a prisoner. So it's not like gonna get cuffs on and go take it to prison and be a prison guard or something like this. No, he must mean take hostage, okay? Which means if in a crowd of people and he gets one of them with the sword and then uses the hostage to make an escape maybe. Okay. So I think when it says to take a prisoner in this book, he means taking a hostage. Okay. Which means in combat, it'd be like a movie, it'd be like the head honcho get a gun to him and say, hey, you back up everybody, so you run off. Okay. So it's a point. So with two swords, talk more about that. Advantages. The two dual wielding swords. Two swords. It's easier to show than to tell or do both at the same time. So with two swords, what's my range here? This is like a maxed out range. Then be closer. So if the fight starts here, and this is a guy, and this is a guy. Maybe if you think it's a kung fu movie. Not actually, I like to use kung fu movies when talking like philosophy or philosophy training and when I think about like fighting techniques and ways to train things. It goes all through the roles like kung fu movies. So it's a kung fu movie and it's like a bar or something like this. You'll sit at a table or it could be like a western where it's like a car game that escalates into a gunfight. It's like the same general thing. It's like they're sitting here, it's a desk, and some dark nightclub, it's like a cigar movie or something like this. And then like these guys go up and it's like enough is enough. Both of them, so we're sitting down and I'm a guy that's got knives somehow, like blades. And it's cool, I got like a trash coat for this, so we're sitting playing cards. And then these two henchmen rise up and be like, we kick your ass off of this. And you go, see, and I could cut both of them at the same time. Now I missed it actually, but we had to get closer. So it'd be like, do you understand? So how does this work as a scene? It has to be realistic enough to suspend disbelief. So it's a kung fu movie. There's a guy with a trench coat, and he's got covert carrying. He's got like a long machete on one side, and another one under his trench coat. And maybe he cross draws or something like this, and it becomes the reverse grip. Okay, now there'll be less range that way. So that would make more sense that he's cross drawing under his trench coat. Okay, and he goes, see, and gets both of them at the same time. Tell you what, back in my day, watching kung fu movies, I thought that I could beat 10 people with the right energy afterwards. So that is the point. We go up. Boom, there you go, okay. So notice how I was able to attack both directions at the same time. Versus, and it looks like I accidentally put on a filter because it looks different coloring. I don't use filters on purpose. Sometimes it happens as I'm clicking that if you move your thumb sideways on the phone, it switches to filter. So anyway, that's the point. From here, I can attack both ways. So now this is static, just to show you how that works. Kind of proof of concept, prove it. It's like, yeah, there's a guy here, there's a guy here. I can stab both of them at the same time. Versus if I only have one, I can stab this guy and then stab this guy. See? So it's like I can only stab one guy at a time if I have one sword. Two people here, stab this guy if he's still there. Versus if there's a person here, I can stab both of them quickly. And with slashes, you can have a higher hit probability. Where the more circular, the error probability decreases. So the more circular the attacks, the error probability decreases. Which means the more circular you are, the less likely you are to miss, the more likely you are to hit. By attacking in a circular way. There's something called circular error probable, which means if you have a MRLS, multiple rocket launch system, is it multiple launch rockets, whatever. But if you have like a Katyusha, like the old Soviet World War II was a Stalin warrior, a Stalin. What is it called? Well, whatever, basically, what is got nickname? Here's the point. And you have artillery, so the artillery, they calculated was like, if we're at 20 miles range and we launch these rockets, all of the rockets will land inside of a circle this big on the map. It's a circle error probable. Where it's like, they will land in this zone, like a beaming zone, they will land inside of this zone. It's like, if you're launching at this, we can expect all the rockets to land within a circle this big or something like this. So this is the point. So kind of in a tongue-in-cheek way, it's like applying just the word linguistics is there's a lower probability of error if you circular in regards to accuracy and impact with techniques. So if you're attacking circle, it's easy to hit. Another thing, so here, if I want to hit with a 12 to 6, like a straight attack here, I have to be more accurate. See, this requires more accuracy, better timing. It's more. It requires better timing, accuracy, everything. To if I want to hit, I was missing on purpose there. But hitting this is harder to accomplish than hitting it like this. See, it's easier for me to hit a static moving object with an attack like this than with an attack like this. So if I want to hit you in the head and I go for a 12 to 6 attack like this, it's easier for you to dodge it and it's harder for me to hit if I attack in a straight line like this. If I'm going for attack your head with a slash like this, it's harder for me to hit you, to be accurate, to actually hit what I want to hit your cranium in a straight line like this. Because if it's coming, you just have to move your head a little bit and I miss the head. See? Versus if I'm attacking at a sideway, if the head moves to the side, it's still connecting at a certain point because the blade is going to move faster than your head. So attack like this, it's harder to hit than if I'm attacking like this. Because if the position changes to here, here's the motion. See, here's the movement. So I'm going more 3 to 993 than 12 to 6. So if I'm moving it like this, make it even more simple. So if I'm moving here and there's a sharp side, anything in this trajectory is going to be cut. See, versus if I'm going for this, I had to be very precise. I had to hit right on the spot. So it's harder to hit something like this. It's easy to hit it like this. See? So with this being a blade, and I'm trying to hit this here. If it moves just a little, I miss. Or if my aim is just a little off, I miss. Versus if I attack like this, if the head starts up being here and I go for it and it's moving away, I can still hit it. If it's moving here, I can still hit it. So the auto movement there becomes a level change. If you're this and looking to not hit with this, it becomes a level change now in this scenario. So basically, it's easy to hit with sweeping attacks like this. So I've talked about this gun for one of the arts I've shown and drilled from with the sword fighting. I love this part, and it's a good blend of offensive and defensive capability. Good balance. Where I'm threading, and threading is not the psychological impact or intimidation effect. It's not what I mean by threading. Threading means I am ready to attack, but I'm not attacking right now. Meaning it's pointed at you, and it's ready to hit you, okay? So it's not attacking yet, but it's in a position to attack you any moment, see? So it's like threading, see here. So with this guard, I can go like this. I gotta go, I need to take a little back, I gotta take a piss. But first I gotta show you this. Here's the guard, here's the stance. I like this guard stance for martial arts training, using this guard. And what can I do from here? There's a lot of things. It's like do something, and then what can I do from here? So here, assume a wrong or right stance, and then what can I do from there? So here, and there's different variations where I can have the thumb at the top of my cranium, I can have it hanging, I can have it further down, I can have it further back, but generally it's this, okay. And now I can rest it where I have the thumb on my cranium here. So I can have it like this, up and down more, like this here. What can I do from here? Where I can quickly thrust here. I can pivot things. I can cut in all kinds of ways here. And then this is the power right. So this is the boxer's jab for swift attacks and used to set up power rights. This is the power right. And the more space I'm covering distance, the more power I can generate. So distance covered while accelerating equals impact. Meaning the more space I'm accelerating before hitting, the more like there's this much space I'm accelerating all the way over here versus I have 5 centimeters to accelerate before impacting. There's more power, meaning space. It's like this. It's like if Bruce Lee had an impressive punch, because what made it impressive was how hard he could hit from like just this close. Okay, it was like a thing that he was known for. It's like hitting like this kind of work, like this, and getting an explosive force like that. And I think he might have done it. Demonstration had like a tough guy that reflects, and he do the person. You can see about the effect that it has. So the point of that is because people understand martial arts, understand that it's hard to hit hard from close, and you need some space to generate power. So if I want to throw a powerful knee, when I train knees and have done better at throwing knees, it's like it's not starting here and then pushing, because now I'm pushing, I'm not hitting. So if I want to hit hard with a knee, I step back and then snap into it. Okay, and that's bone steel. So what is the point? and I felt. You heard I felt. That's the point. So you go here. So if I want to hit hard, I notice how part of it is getting some space, see, and then accelerating to the object. So if I want to hit hard, it's like I'm not wanting to start from here and down from close. I want to launch from far away, and the further away up to a certain point, the harder the impact becomes. Not by default, because it's like if you're starting far away but you're moving slow, it's not that hard anymore. So same with the palm fighting. So basically, it's a simple overarching pattern and a rule of thumb is a lot of martial arts effective like force generation, hitting hard with stick attacks or knives or anything. It's having space, meaning covering distance. If you want to hit hard with a baton, if the person is this close to me and I can't generate that much force if you're that close to me. So if I have a stick, a fighting stick, and the person is this close to me, I don't want to be throwing my baton strikes from this close. I want to be throwing them from further away, and it makes them hit harder. So from this close, I can't really generate that much power from this close. From over here, I can generate more power, hit harder, more easily. And it's not just about the distance, but also the torque. So distance coupled with rotation, especially, can make your attacks impactful. When you're combining distance with the right type of rotation, torque, where it could be the object itself is rotating, turning, and also what is launching it. So too much ego. I'm gonna take a piss.
Relax. Oh. Take a piss. And actually, it's like good one time. So it's like when it comes time, we make another cup of coffee, take a break, go off camera while we get something done. It's also, it's like, oh yeah, I have studied to bed, so it's like, I need to plug it in and then let it talk to the dead one. So if you're right back, I'll take a piss. And when I say taking the piss, I don't mean in the British way, because I do that all the time. If I take the piss the British way, like, okay, we take the piss, or have you laugh with it first. I'm not having you laugh, take the piss. So if I'm taking the piss, it's on camera, then taking the actual piss, that happens in the restroom. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll take a piss. I come back taking the piss, possibly a bit later. Now, this is a kitchen that is ends up being surprisingly good or unexpectedly good as a butler. A lot of times products will have unwanted features, unwanted uses. Especially a quality product may be quality for this purpose. A lot of times they will be a quality tool for another purpose. Okay. Like for example, this is supplement that I take. I have often seen people that I like so. Yeah. And it's like if I'm looking at mostly, I'm looking at Facebook page, and I'm not a fan of the company that buy the comments stuff to that money. And then it's like they've gone about no good in somewhere. Any company run by people, there's going to be some bad stuff. Yeah. People work, they're going to do bad things off the work on the film. If they're researchers, they're starting to look at home people more crap. It's just similar. But it's like, the point is that if you see experience, like I ordered part of the one again, it's a different product. But it's so, like
It's like, what is the market when I see it? I've seen the market as like a for beauty, energy, a lot of that. It's a focus on for health basically. But I use it as a pre-workout. And it's better as a pre-workout as far as I'm concerned. Than things I bought before that marketed as like a power pre-workout. But it's marketed as a pre-workout something. This like some of I will see there, right? There is not marketed as like a pre-workout. It's better as a pre-workout than supplements I bought before and like marketed as work. In terms of like the effect pre-workout. So we're looking for pre-workout. It's like take a supplement that helps you have extra energy for the workout and raise your third performance. So it's like what does that mean? Or maybe extra reps, which is important. Better steroids, which is important, like longer. You can work for a long time, or a longer time. In my experience, this is that potent pre-workout is what's happening. So of course it's placebo or something. You take the sense that I speak the truth, is I feel like it is a pre-workout, you know. I feel like speaking the truth, and it's just that. And then you can just also you can eat it. Well, I feel like this guy is speaking the truth, and he feels like he really helps the workout. Then you might go, why this or focus. It's the water, is that. Those get a feel like that. It's not sure. Feel it. Look, exactly. Walk on the stick like something. That's extremely loud. Not one or present, less than one. Or, it does that or direction to the mouth. That's what separates sports from the rest. It's like such a small thing, but some people that they can't have. It's just a strange texture and taste of that. It's not like tasting like fruit or something, but it is a little bit weird or like actually taste weird. I guess you get a lot of family or like customer feedback. If you make the first word bad or what because it's got to form see the thoughts of the company. We make it up. Yeah, we know it tastes warm like this, okay. We know it tastes horrible, okay. That is not a thing. Wonderful. Well, no. It's like, they'll be the best. So, what I mean by that is that it's not that you should have done that yourself, or that you should have done that thing. I understand. It's like some of the worst things in this world are bad food tastes good. And some of the best things are not really that tasty good. Range from like neutral, not tasty great, okay? It's not like a ride to eat. It's not like entertainment to eat, okay? Some of the things that are like the best for you are not tasting great. It's like, what do kids typically like children request for their birthday? So if they want, okay, what do you want for your birthday? Like what for the table. How many kids would ask for carrots and cucumbers? They're like a golden dipping sauce. It's like carrot sticks and cucumber sticks and a golden dipping sauce. Golden sugar. How many kids would request that long age people for a birthday gift people are going to have either for it? Carrot sticks, cucumber sticks, and then golden dipping sauce. statistic more likely to act like sneakers more than ice cream. Pizza sneakers more ice cream. And what is the right? Because it's more like it's real, like how enjoyable it is and how tasty. So a lot of the things that are the best for you don't taste the best. A lot of things are the worst for you. Which is the way that I live. I look at what I eat as a nutrient deficiency more so than you. There's a saying, eat to live versus eat. That it eat is a big for not a big part of life is feeling good or even less bad is it. So there's some people that they need to eat. And it's not all or nothing. I'm not like hating on it. But if you gotta pick one way to be permanent, if you're better off thinking, it's like I'm focusing on eating healthy food. Okay. Versus I'm focusing on eating tasty food. You better thinking if you gotta pick one way to eat the restaurant. Like I pick like eat what tastes good, have the intention that while I'm eating for pleasure. So it's like mouth pleasure, taste experience. I'm picking either between eating for pleasure or eating for health. It's like I'm eating. So I look at food as nutrient. And I'm a person that fasts 23 hours, around 3 hours per day. And when I do eat, 9 or 10 times, it's eating potatoes. What a lot of people I think is like more. It's kind of basic. It's like, and I look at that with this. But I look at my food, it's not that heavy. I actually eat once a day. And I need a certain amount. I want a certain amount of fiber, fat, and protein. So I look at food as a way to get a given amount of protein, fat, certain type of amount of fat, and enrich the food with that and put spices and detoxify spices. It's better to do this food system. It's like something that you do to nourish your body. And you don't forget about it's like not care about the taste. It's like so focused on that is how we do it on the moment. That I'm not cooking and I'm focusing on making it as tasty as possible. I'm cooking focusing on making it as healthy as possible, even what I have available. The one that doesn't have this reality, it can be edible and some kind of good tasting, while still having focusing also on nutrition. One of those common mistakes people make in cooking is on cooking. That they won't realize that it's useless also. And sometimes one smoke a cigarette while fishing in the lake, and they had it on the Jesus moment. And you might know what? I'm handing over my useless moment. I'm hanging up the mouth, I'm wrong. I'm like forced to work as well. I've been able to use the stars that I'm doing it on. I don't know what I smoking, but I smoking something. There is no fun. Like a smoking, not a smoking. Okay. As far as TV chefs go, TV chef, there's Jamie Oliver, there's Anthony Bourdain, there's Mark White and Gordon Ramsay. These are some You know, people are that say people more feel one. And Google Maps came up on the more feel one too. I think it was actually started out working in the first one. So what are some of the things that want to go on feel one? Well, what it is a goal. Yeah, right. Yeah, emotional. It's a duty school. That is how. You do it recently, you do an hour a day of your exercise, you do that job yourself, 1 hour a day. To walk, but you just don't. I think that's how the future is. It's actually deep in isolation of the state. But in the Swedish prison, I think I have it. So that's like 4 pages people probably take that. What you yourself is there's a common problem as well. It's like the same thing. People are on phone calls, and it's one of the can't come up with something really come up with something. And it's like most of the time they attack on lies. So that's a caller, that's a caller stuff. It's like I post gym self is gym self. And I post workout kids and flex kids that I'm not really working out. And I screenshot because I do this how I've done it. I do a live 30 things, fast. And I free up training. And then I'm on, and then I go watch after I'm done with live stream. I go play with live stream. Look for a moment, pause the video as you do back, screenshot it, and change the outcome. So to find a moment of the live stream that they do out text and whatever, screenshot it and then use it as something to do. So it's all that's wrong because if you see the sound, that's a moment if you watch the live stream. With the sound, there is a picture where it's a present live stream. You see the sound is if you watch the live stream, it is a moment that is this picture. You understand? So that's how most of my comments are a lot. Because I make the live stream maybe more good at this. Because if it's something where I want to replay the document or so forth, it's a moment where I'm about to do this, maybe okay, and I don't want to replay, I find this moment, want more live stream replay. Pause it, screenshot it, and then this moment does something. And it's going to be an actual moment of the live stream where that was happening. So you understand? So anyway, and I have to do a workout stream, take a selfie or screenshot in live stream. That's what for life. And then like that's the way this got nothing. And then I get called and not get called. And they could be in very good shape. That's what's attracting me. I see people that are mediocre. Okay. It's that people are mediocre out of shape. They don't get to say on my name, but if they want to shine, they won't break their own. Because they will break they call a soul. While they have this in the way. Before they go to the way we used to work. So, okay. They live out there in the way they need. The source is the need. It's not work, but like that commandments. Go west, you did it, and peace. That's one life, but I became it all. Therefore, max and don't the evidence on radical with a piece of it was white, it's all not to very central programs. I get the man singers and women singers, that kind of thing. Okay. I only know this one. I got the man singers and women singers. The city one. I got the fast and experience in this whole month. I got the man singers and women singers. I raised me up to. I got me mail birds. And I gave my heart to know the truth just a whole. And I gave myself a couple and whole. And I exercised myself in labor and also in the West. I folded my hands. There's something like the start I call the Bible, and every time you use style, you can find why it's not online to say this style is Bible, and I hope for that because there's so much that you really get to do it. So what it is for. So yeah, so it's important. Yeah, so yeah, okay. This is a knife, a kitchen knife. And I'm in the kitchen knife. It says mark kitchen knife. And this is just the feel of this. I can feel that it's like to be white now. It's like in the tier of like kitchen knives people call it around in the home. It's like this is top tier of a kitchen knife, that's knife. In terms of the liability, or weapon is how functional will be the potential weapon is the potential for the police. A lot of times, the one detail that makes it not, but a lot less, the one detail sabotage the weapon and all that. Pretty much is this thing that is too thick at the last part, which makes it more bending. So that's a main difference, and I can tell that the knife is designed to be a weapon a lot of times. But I look at the design, it's like how thick it is towards the tip. Whereas a knife like this is not designed for stabbing, see. And if you want to be able to stab globally meat, okay, you want it to be strong at the tip, see. So for this use it like this. You decide to you make something that's going to be stabbing bone and meat and bone, okay. You make it, you also make it strong at the tip for that. Okay. This is the reverse way. And some words about the organ. Most of the weight is in the handle, which makes for interesting balance. It's heaviest. It's a form of balance. It's right here. Right here. So most of the weight is in your hand. And what makes this a weapon? It has enough length of leg to get into the moment also. So that what makes it a potential for weapon. As a weapon. Is a weapon. The width of the neck. So the good channel that you get how wide depth and there's width over here. And both measure. So with this length of blade, there's no tiny things in build flash control. Even though I can do this. So I'm not like a fast person like you. But here's the back of my body. The roller side, if I got stabbed at the side of the rib cage hard enough, you could come out my belly button. It's long enough. It's really good penetration. It's long enough to get a stab here that's long enough. It's long enough to make it all the way through. And come out the stomach. And vice versa. Which means 360-degree torso. It's long enough to reach our Bible, no matter what angle you come in from. It's long enough to where if the blade enters the body, a stab enters here, it's long enough to reach the spine. It's long enough to reach the lungs through. It's long enough to reach deep in the body, and in the body, if you pass through the body, more likely than not, like random people all the way through, you're gonna hit something bad to be hit. And good for the people if you look at it. Yeah. But that's the point. So length of blade matters in terms of how viable a weapon. If you look at this knife, it's a kitchen knife, maybe a kitchen knife, and it's a you compare and contrast the different kitchen knives, and which one would be the best fire knife. It's like this one, what makes this good? It has some thickness back here. About what? 3 millimeters maybe. And it tapers to the final point. But it's long, the length of it matters. The reason why in certain countries where they have regulations, was like they let you have some type of knives, but they have rules against certain type of knives. A lot of times it will be length, you can't have a knife on you longer than this. And all of those laws are designed to make the knife not really used as a weapon to kill a person. Because be honest, a lot of places where they have knife laws, well, yeah, you can have a knife, like maybe a Swiss Army knife with a full knife that has like a knife at all. But it's like it can't be longer than 8 inches. A lot of times those rules would be in the emails be like, if you want a knife to be dangerous as a weapon, it's like the opposite of what the laws are in places where they do that grab people and have knives to go like a mushroom. So it's, but it can't be longer than this. It's like if it's longer than that, it makes it very interesting. So length of blade matters. So you're able to get deep in the body matters. All the directional depth of penetration and I know it's right, this were all if you say maybe 360, which means if you go a circle around the body, the torso, and that circle around here, then it's like it's that, it's like no matter what angle, it's getting deep in the inside of the body because it's that you reach a lot, to reach this big level, to reach the liver, like on the side, if you get all kinds of things. Also, the width of blade matters, which means how wide it is the hole. If you stab the hole, you stab, it's like how wide is that pull it out is the opening. But how wide is the loop? How many stitches would you need to go through? This is a multi-stitch, this is a lot of stitch. This is maybe 5 to 10, I don't know. But this is part stitches. So the length of blade and the width of blade varies. It's also slightly forward angle, which is also it's natural holding it is forward angle, aggressively. It is forward angle. just hold it open like this with the sun backward. If you then start to just relax and grab it forward, leaning forward, which is the thing. So this knife is made more for slashing, for slicing, for actually slicing. It's designed for slicing more than anything else. This is kind of like a good jack of all trades all around that we talk about. Where it has not kept and length, for example, you could chop with it, like chicken balls, like small chicken balls. Like Michael Chandler's baby apricot, baby bird balls. His baby apricot, baby bird balls, you could chop with it. That's true. But they're born, they had, when there was trash, it's like 5 months. There was trash on the the pre-fight trash on the so baby apple. There's like a big level in work because it's something they use that in terms of the different content they can open food balls. Open foods. It's like it's only called that how I really know it's so totally different. Broken foods vegetables. Totally different. Very broken foods or something like this. All Jeffries was a baby, broken foods. Broken food. It's a broken foods. Baby Jeffries. Broken food, baby before. Yeah. So yeah, this is, I like it. I got this. It was part of our kitchen set. We was like a pot and a pan and handles and I'm a can. Sometimes I got find the supermarket, window shop and then buy it, but I go to the utensil compartment and look at it out and some handles compartment. But a chef is a can. I think I make the bigger walk there right exposed to the can. That's because it's been on the hand of hands, so on a fair. So, I like this. I got it as a gift to a farmer in kitchen center. And then I got a call and something, buying or mostly what this. I don't remember if it was this. I like it. I have to feel good. And full tank. And it's always a full tank. Or I mean, I could give a full tank. It's not where you have this piece of metal very narrow to like a board, the board of this wood. Do that sort of. But here's it's called full tank. It's like one piece of steel. It's more than it's one piece of steel, you know, and then the handle attached to that one. It's a called monolithic. I don't know, but it's important. There's one piece of steel with handles attached to it, which is stronger than some, and a lot of times they're not. So, here's another thing you do with the prayer. Don't do anything to move on. Anything done with you actually, if you want to do yourself, you usually try to pray. You want anything, or like this, and walk things. Also, you can use white type techniques. A lot of my martial arts do what terms light martial arts, which I like to train. It's not hard, but it's using boxing and one time. Basics. I learned how to throw elbows. They're not exactly the kind that they teach you in one type to do it, but I learned to throw all elbows. Okay, then punches. knife fighting, martial arts that we use is very similar to boxing and using the fundamentals of boxing. For example, I talked about this before. That's used to try to now, if I can throw a 1, 2, would you go box my finish? But if I can throw a box 1, 2, so 1, 2, then I can throw a punch straight front and then so if I hold the knife first and I do the same thing, only I'm punching to the side, instead of holding a punch and missing on purpose, I punch the blade into the person rather than the knuckle. You understand? If I can hit with my knuckles like this, the more I feel that, I do that around to the chin without the straight punch here. Now if I hold the knife and then the box in face, the knife fighting, if I punch straight, but to the sides that I'm missing the punch on purpose, I'm impacting the blade, I call it punch cutting, where I'm throwing a punch and it can land here, especially there. But it's the same thing. Like you can also throw boxing punch and fight knife fighting. It's like 95% or so the same ball. It's like people, it's like taking the other words as a spy student. So, yeah, so basically, you can take boxing and apply it to knife fighting and they can effective fight stuff. So you don't have to stick to that, but you can use that. So, for example, punch cutting, right? Hold that punch. You know, punch is very different. What's not the cooking? It's not the regular. Rather than punching like this to the body, it's 95% of the same body once again. Where I'm throwing quick stabs to the body. See? And it's like here, quick for everything is the same. Like it's not throwing hooks to the body. That's throwing knife to the body. And the main difference is how my hand is. So rather than like this, it's this. My hands be like this, but other than that, it's what you understand. It's like if the movement pattern so used to the body, I might go here and then punch like this to the body, or more static, just punch like this, okay, and I'm turning, bang, bang, see, and I'm looking at my hand. And if I have a knife, the only difference is my hands is 95% the same body mechanics. And the only difference in the technique is wrist down. See? So rather than this, punching like this to the body, it's punching like this. And everything else is the same. The footwork, the upper lower body rotation, and then the alternating attacks back to one. What's another thing that I try to knife fight? Well, elbow strikes. For my life. Where I already know how to be this close and impact with force with that cord here. And once again, 95% the same body again, apply vicious, powerful knife fighting, especially the elbow strike knife fighting. With long blades, where if I'm throwing an elbow strike, like this for example, now if I'm just holding the knife, then I do the same thing. And it's going to be some details, but if you basic. So if I have the skill already, I have the ability to move my body with my arm kind of like this and hit hard that way, so I'm delivering force. Now if you have a knife, then you can hit hard with the knife and the elbow. So elbow strikes can also be just like boxing, can be used for knife fighting. You can use boxing stuff for knife fighting, like that. More tight crease elbow strikes. You can use that knife, but it's an upward elbow. Now this elbow you can do that's like this, okay, or like this. Now if I'm holding a knife, it's like the same thing. Holding the distance changes. Where if you're here ahead and I want to elbow strike it, I want to catch it down here. But if I have a knife, it's just throw an elbow like closer and an impact with the knife. Like throw elbows and like open elbows. And you can have it be more physical like you have it here. And like actual throw and like a secret trying to tackle that with like an accident with the knife. Forward. But yeah, elbows right, everything. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, okay. So yeah, don't try to teach you know, how you kiss, how you wife. Don't forget to love your kids, children, and education, and work, also fine. Yeah, there's a way to move. My birds are awful. I keep birds together. The bird is the office like you work for me. It's that like a truly need it. So I got to make some more bits to I know like 6 months and it turns out this is what you got out this so they make it more later. It's like how you want to read about that. You're like you know, you're an autistic creature. The I go through it in less of home. Intravenous lead. Okay. Okay. Like IV push. 20 meters of lead. Okay. Suppositories of open completely written from the Snagano. Like the ocean in the local power plant. So I was autistic. In terms of, I had people reach out to me and ask me, I'm going to swap ways with paper. They look like a mascot for like the office in the kind of foundation. So, you know that your birds, they definitely autistic, but you know, people want to have to be like this. The front figure of human autism. So they're like retarded and the other half is autistic. So I'm not saying that being autistic means retarded. I'm saying that half retarded and half autistic. It's half retarded and then the other half is autistic. So possibly the autistic has compensated for the retarded half and then that's how they become like normal. So why is it wrong? Thank you much for Dirty dance, I don't know about dirty dance or not. So it is a sport. Yeah. Oh, I do want to check the call and we was into talk later about that. So I missed that before. I didn't see what she wrote there. I would have liked to catch that live. I like the way she used the call. And then walked out. We is an authentic creature. Movement is a creature. We is a creature. Alright, she's a creature. Through and through. For the female guy. She's got like a contact high autism. She's got like autism like proxy. She spends so much time with it that she's run off where she's totally autistic. she's totally more autistic by the day right there. But she's getting more and more needy, especially in the night season. I'm a human being and a woman. I'm one. Hopefully, especially she needs. Man, what I support. We is she's not autistic. I don't think she's got autism. But I got enough autism for both of us. So if the government has like a new rule that it has to be like a quarter autism in each household, like that versus one black and one white. And one transgender from the back of what they say. need to have evidence of a firefighting. Well, if we have to have the type most office in every family. Like I'll be holding it down for the whole family, you can have money. I got enough office to do that 5 times. I have a call office in one now, but I've got cycles to facing out Asperger's. They can read either at least in down to go to the hospital face. Or Asperger's. Office, we go for office.
We should all factors.
Yeah, so.
I just had it like this has to go verify also the regular stuff. All factors is necessary.
Yeah, we live in a dirty, crazy sick world. I've been ahead of my time. The conspiracy is pretty right. I've been for years talking about elites being satanic, sick creeps and pedophiles and presidents, or I've been saying Trump since day one on YouTube. Before it became cool, he said deep state puppet show. And people don't discuss nuts, okay? And now that's becoming popular. And that's just all my life. But at least I get to live long enough to see myself with my opinion that starts having dreams. Like being what's it called? Vindicated. Because I from day one on YouTube, Trump's deep state puppet show. 6+ years ago. In the same 2 episodes. And now, if I look at Rogan's podcast or Hasse Harvey or AMC, Google, the comment sections, it's like people are discussing deep state puppet machine is part of the rule, part of the deep state, is part of the globalist. Yeah, like I've been saying since I got on YouTube. Like, you could have saved yourself a lot of time by listening to me all those years. You could have learned about vitamin C mega also. 6 years ago, myself YouTube channel, rather than 1 year ago by finding Susan Humphries on Rogan's podcast. And what I'm saying there is it's like a springboard or like a starting point. You understand? On the episode that Susan Humphries was a guest on Rogan's podcast, she wasn't there lecturing on vitamin C mega doses as a topic or discussion. She was there kind of generally talking about health fitness generally. Now, if you think about it as a numbers game, 10,000 Rogan's viewers, say 100,000. 100,000 of people watch the episode of Susan Humphries ended up Googling Susan Humphries, MD, PG, whatever it is. Okay, 100,000 people watch the episode. 1,000 of Google or YouTube search Susan Humphries, the same kind of our theory. And 1% of the people who did end up coming across the video where she's talking about vitamin C. There's still serious numbers to heard about vitamin C, mega dosing as a topic of discussion, covered Susan Humphries. Now you could have cut a lot of corners by finding my YouTube channel 6+ years ago, but about vitamin C, mega dosing as a topic, and Susan Humphries while teaching on it. I'll talk about it. I also can tell this, so I had a supernatural awakening after becoming a Christian, like me in the Matrix. Like the new reality works to explain what happened to me after I got saved. It's like the Matrix. I wake up, I get saved, I wake up. And I can tell you, this is something I can talk about at least for a long time. There's certain stories that I've told several times. And it's not be the first time we hear it. I don't know this point. After waking up, after getting saved, so it's after I became a Christian
that are woken up in conspiracies and how satanic we evil was. And the first few years of being a Christian, I also had this like earth-shattering realization of just how like a train wreck beautiful that he did. Where it's like wake up to the fact that he needs something bad things to keep and torture them and things like this. So basically I had a moment where I realized I could call the movies and that's happening in real life in this world. Like in the parts of people. You understand? Then they were evil. And it's like more of an internal experience than caused by external stimuli. Meaning more like having been exposed to certain stimuli and then later on have like a mind moments like you just things opening up in my mind and then understanding something. So now there's been a recent twist in the Epstein saga where it starts out as like official narrative is he unalived himself. Conspiracy theories are saying he got unalived and he made it look like he did himself, which is something that people say are not thinking about that way. One of their favorite assassination methods is to unalive somebody and make it look like they did it themselves. That's one of their favorite, like on the record or takeouts, like how did they take out on Trump to how to take out. One of their favorite takeout delivery methods is like their delivery. It's like your live decontaminate, it's contaminated movement. Okay. So one of their favorite on the record of the delivery methods, okay, is the old taking out, make it look like I did it. Okay. Two sides for whatever. Like the oldest chicken in the book or something like this. So it is one. Yeah, so the deep state one, I can help people understand the deep state movement better than other people I see out there. So it is one. One of the papers taking fires online. Anthony Bourdain might have been online. Anthony Bourdain, as soon as the door goes, I start thinking about being taken out. Another person in the classic guy, not to the same level, is Brody Stevens. I wouldn't be Stephen Brody Stevens, the Jewish prophet. I wouldn't be surprised if he got out alive. And I'm not really concerned about the perception of being insensitive like you assume some of this. Because if you think about it, how could ask for beauty? If I made it be like, what I told Brody Stevens' grandmother's watchers, if you kill himself like a bitch, okay, that's not what I'm doing. So if I can use that this colleague died, then I believe that he has something he might have been taken out. He might have taken out and made it look like that suicide. What I think. And he said, oh Mike, I want to say that you're an a-hole for talking about that and say this guy did not alive himself. Like if you think about it, there's shame in unalive himself. There's like, oh, this not one thing unalive himself and somebody like, I don't think they chose to do that. I think somebody did to them. Okay. So it's less of a negative if I'm right. Meaning it says less bad things about the person than it have to do if I'm right. Okay. Because if somebody does something bad against your will, it's like you're not responsible for choosing that outcome. Versus if you choose like a foolish, bad, shameful outcome, that's you chose that shit. So if anything, it's like, yeah, it's not like I didn't need this law on aspect of it, he did not like himself or get out of life. That makes it more. It's like the list of people that are suspected by me to have been unalive, meaning people that are not see that status more or less that have been reported in recent history that have taken themselves out. That I believe might have been taken out. Kurt Cobain. Brody Stevens. Steve Brody Stevens, you call it. Chuck Langenberg. If it's even not even confirmed that there's no data report says that they say they're not himself. But if that's the official cause, then I will be dying.
Yes, anyway, let's talk about Epstein. So, first of all, it's like it breaks Epstein dead in prison is a new story. And then conspiracies are saying he didn't unalive himself that taken out. And now the news that's being talked with is the conspiracy theories. A lot of conspiracies are saying he's still alive. Uh, yes, I would be surprised. And I would say this, given the choice between the three options, the last two would be the most probable. Meaning either, if I would go, what happened to Epstein? Either he got unalive or he's still alive. That would be my opinion. Most likely that's the truth. Either he got unalive or he's still alive. It's not something I've been saying for years. Alice Jones is a shill that got fake truth to come from the decision. Or position. And the question is, if you start out being a fact, like let's make this be a conspiracy guy, forget what I prove that. Take this guy, let's make him be a conspiracy theorist and the biggest one on stage. From the beginning, if you understand. Or was he legit initially and then turned? Got compromised for a long way. I know that he's a deep state top shield. That's the thing, as soon as Trump came on the scene, it's about England. Most Christians unfortunately serve for lack of shield. And the lack of serve, unfortunately. And it's by choice which is why I'm speaking from against it. Because it's not like Christians, after you get saved, God is grace after everybody. You lose 50 active points, so that's better. Okay. As a matter of fact, what the Bible teaches is that that's when you get saved, you have God and it's that discernment, and God gives you everything that you need for yourself. And it's like you trust in that way. Where it's like you can have understanding and wisdom that surpasses your IQ. Like a person with open intelligence can have very profound insight, understanding, and wisdom by being a Christian and being enabled by God to have. So, one thing I like about this chair is next time down you have this in the show and I had to talk to Google. I can hear more heavily. I saw Jesse Ventura have a talk with Google, but he's also kind of fascinating. Yeah, but he's a kind of fascinating instead president. Jesse, the boy Ventura, he gave him the big thing. He did all this, that Jesse used to have a quality that wasn't talking. This is not being posted in the state. Walking around this is like this. And my kids is really nice. So I was following how I would take the stage. As I saw the last time, this guy started playing for 6 years on that. Yes, the boy Ventura. There's a lot of order you need to do that for me. So it's important. Okay, so he's out on stage and he's talking across the Google, like a TED talk on Google. There's a big TED talk on Google. I'm busy being a bunch of walk. Because that is cool. So it's like, exactly what about the reason is that the people are so deceived and not woke up conspiracies because the cause of being controlled media ideas is cheaper than that risk. You need to work harder. So anyway, so part of like serious criticism of what this materials project talk on Google, conspiracy talk. take a little bit and take a off regulation and put like a more white paper or whatever. Just an example, that we are conspiracy, I'm a conspiracy guy. And while they have so much control, people everybody should see because they control the it's deeper than that. It's yes, they control information, as far as they control the masses, how they got everybody so controlled, and they work with so much, you see that they control the media, they control seemingly enormous action of vultures. Like they used to focus more on the media, but now you have podcasts, social influencers, and people get Instagram as well. It becomes more, it's become more important of seeing the wrong system of deception and false advertising forces. So that's for it. It's not just controlling the it's a specifically controlling the major media, mainstream, and the fake mainstream, fake knowledge, and fake fantasy. And then also it's by law to working to lower people try to use it to even usually violence and sure the high sugar low violence. And that's the one most likely. Getting the masses to use it, but human beings that work with violence and efficient and high sugar. So low sugar, high sugar, low violence. And you understand the problem, you can understand the solution. So I think it's a problem. Big goals. Time for another 6 policy board. New question, how to go with that solution? Yeah, so basically, it's been through next time you talk to Google, I'll take it, I need all this, if I go. And if I really get to the combination speech, like this is called. I don't know what after 5 after the deal might be. I'm going to anything like this. And I take the stage, so we might have to walk and then get out of the walk like this. And then I'm right up there. Stand like this. And this. Okay. And we will, we talk about the last one is the back. Okay. And it's like fall like this, like this. Go with his arms, like this. You got something like that. And it's locked his arms like a little bit. Yeah. At which point, I do like a sport that goes around this, and like a forklift that's keeping like this. And like the way that I did it, you tell like the team like this inside. It's back to you. Come on, down to the end of this. And you'll line up on this. And we'll release. We'll release that. Okay. With this. And it's a go powerful. Yeah, that's what's at. And what's all back on this. Fall to the ass. Swap like this like this. We swap like a little bit here. Like no swap like that. And you just swap like that. It's all like this. Music. It's called this type. You like this. You say that is like this stuff here. Really long. Just walk around it. The which one was you're still in the moment. And so down and scoop it up with the forklift and then have to walk out of the ball. And I'd be like a student. This is probably teaching. And walk like this too. And I have like this. So you'd be like a student. So I start lifting like this, and then I go like this. And I have like this. See, so this is that T. This is T. And I do a full rotation like this. And then once I come back in, I have to pull that. Down he goes. And then again I get knocks out and then slap me on that piece. Once the next one over the down. Yeah, I get the microphone, which is a great microphone on stand. I get the microphone on the stand. I stop reading with it. Stop reading with it like this. Just beating him. And then you grab what I thought I had, but I can see that. Then I don't want to go, I have to grab the box with like this. I go, and you can see that his head is go back. Now, of course, his head is like my legs are happy for what it's happening. But you can see that the growth, and you see the swing like this, and you don't see the impact, but you can see it like his head fly back at the moment of the impact, like this. And you can fly back. Okay, sometimes the okay. And at this point, when it's headed up, and I said, I'm just tired of this, I just put something on. Then he's like, I'm celebrating. Yes, I'm celebrating this one. I'm trying to celebrate. It's almost here. That was. And I do like the victory checks. And then two watch here. Okay. Also, before I do the key people call it. So that's what I do. And now, okay. But this point. No, at this point. As I'm celebrating, for all practice, there's like all of these guys, it's perfect. There's no chance to come back, it is impossible. And it's I'm celebrating. Now he somehow comes to another thing. It calls out, he does like a very hard thing like this. And he goes and he does it over his shoulder like this. And I go, but they're not now. Maybe I'll have to. I'm looking shocked with this. Where's the percent of our money? I looked like surprised. And it's about with a little contentment. And it's not his fast as here for him. Okay. And then he said, now, why did he come with this? Walk on the ground. I sweep him with my leg like this. And he falls on the ground. So now at this point, that all I do is I recover this moment, and I use my legs so I sweep it. And he falls right next to me, like a two logs like this. His log I'm here on the ground, and his legs on the ground. At which point, I felt like sideways, hitting him like this. Just repeatedly, like this. He's here. Like this. Okay? And you can see every time I hit him, his legs fly up and turn like this. His shoulders are really high. He goes, okay, yeah. And now, what happens at this point? I'll talk to the undertaker who got attacked him. And this is the surprise move. You don't let the journal where I talk with the undertaker. And at this point, his scene comes from. So, and it's like smoke, okay? And then there's like a casket roll. Like this. And it's a tour, and it's every house was could be undertaker. I still retired for 7 years like this. No, it can't be. But it's just and then it's the casket comes in, rolls in. It takes about 37 seconds to make it. Yeah. Synchronized to the one with the casket comes over. And you watch it from the other thing, is what that condition to then I go always have come to my team and I know it because he knows the my quality is pretty consistent and I think he's not nice. I don't have to get anymore. And I don't think it comes out. And he's still, I think, this like his warm up sequence is that he's still like a slow talker at the beginning. That's a big centrals. But then he kind of warms up like listen and sound like when it's not getting his blood system like he starts having blood flowing he comes to life again. This feeling that he thoughts of this takes a little while to get into the Undertaker he dives under the bottom rope onto the stage, okay? Grabs Jason Ventura with both his hands. So one arm, like ankle, he gets both his hands. Jason Ventura is still looking surprised at this. And then he dives under the bottom rope, he gets both his legs. And pulls on Jason Ventura falls back, like a long hand. And as he falls back, the Undertaker is still holding on his legs. And I see the moment to run up, and I start hand fisting like this, like maybe 3 times double, like hand fisting and so on. Okay, and I go like this, and just immediately the audience, like me at the second. And I have to help me out. And he's like, oh, but you see people, and he's water, like this, and then the signal, and he goes up and I fold it. He runs up the stage and that's been folded to. And then he always his energy at this point. And I go, every time go by, go again. And then I go, now it is, and we went down some of my shoulders, okay? Like that, like carries it out. But he jumps up my shoulders, like I don't know, then I go like this. Ooh, and at the time, like here with the chair, he does a forward somersault, like a full rotation, and lands on his feet. He lands on that, on the stomach with his feet. And you can see in the hole, and all impact will like this. And now it's a free fall, it's me down, it's taking like a jackass, beating up, just make sure the body gets in. He really had to change it used to have a board control. This is TV. Once the dog they have, they won't be able to rest them or have to take it off like a free show, free divorce. The man actually go balls or the man, it's like, the hopeless laugh, that every one is one is open. They do like a brawl for just is sad of skin of the people. Yes, then it was so that all that wrong there. So remember how we shot the dark side of the teeth. Like this. And it's a full lap, full back, falling down like this. Then I pause before falling down, falling down. Like this. Yeah. So, yeah. It's like it's the reason. Yeah. So this is the trauma. This is the trauma. Yeah, so he knows this is true. If he's going to do another pocket Google with my conspiracies, I really don't do resend the ticket at first stage. Front row ticket, you know what else. And what will I have a corruption actually? What would be Russians they have to be first to the event? The first match will be Russian. It will be Russian. because they'll be quarters. We don't have the first kind of match we do is just yeah, so anyway, we could talk later, man. So my body, in the chat. We can talk later. What we do. Yeah, I missed some of these questions. Like, I don't like what happens. I'm not even going to tell from my protein or concentrate. I like to be comfortable. Just while you are fit, you are also very calm. I go fit calm with somebody's a missing more. We can talk about food too. I don't know what this was. I don't know if it's in the past now. They usually go with they're all 7 This what I'm fixing to make another cup of coffee for this. Yeah, so I need to once I started practicing exercising martial arts, I never really stopped. So I ended up doing. I'm 36 years old. I tell you what, I had nobody. I had no. Me, who I have today, walk around 36 years old. I believe that if I wasn't a torpedo, I could get into pro boxing right now and have a fighting chance. Got about a punch chance. There is a problem. I'm serious. I'm not this serious. I do believe that if I wasn't a torpedo, not the limitations involved, I do believe I could end up with some problem. You know, competing in boxing, that's what it is. I think I can have a chance to pull it off. The ass starting to it seems. Yeah, well, I'm not too close. If you're really into something, if I analyze own behavior, if you're really into something, you don't have to be paid to do it. So I stay consistent training martial arts. All kinds of martial arts over the years. Despite not really making it money, getting a low level injuries, possibly more low level injuries. So if I look at it like this, I don't think it'd be a grand exaggeration to say that the intensity of training is not far from pro athletes training camps. That they're paid for with all. But you understand, it's like what I'm doing myself doing in between having the dehydration, the exhaustion, the training hard, the diet, the nutrition, supplementation, the discipline, diet, how hard I've been training. It's like how much pain is there at times in between training and doing this. It's not far from that for attitudes of doing but for maybe 5 to get tycker riktigt av den här fallet håller för så I give a run for his money. I give a run for his money. I let him go. Just the Eagles behind you. If you're watching this, nobody says it's 20 person. Obviously, look at that. Look at the eagle. Okay. The giant eagle behind you. Come here for an attack on it. Go get it right for here with the claws. You gotta look, that's all way to stop it. That's a beautiful, that's what I call it. It might be deep. I want to be about beautiful. Understand? We take it out in the UC. You go out there. We put your figure in the guy's ear and then like, oh, what is it? I don't know. But I support. Yeah, that would be easy. Like the Mike Side League team matchup. If, okay, hypothetical, okay. It's like people will buy them versus with this level. I'm not getting serious, but I have to get serious and talk about from a serious level, okay. It's like if five and four Trump in boxing, okay. So if I fought Tony first, do I think that I could win? Yes. I'm hesitant, but yes. And the reason that I say that is not because I think that Tony first is easily beat, but because I believe that I easily could beat. Period. I believe I'm right. That's the reason it goes to be primary UFC is because the type of techniques that I train are too dangerous to be allowed in this sport. It leads to the diamonds. It'd be like a Steven Seagal or something. But it'd be a guy coming in and had the technique that nobody had heard about. It'd be like Conor McGregor is making a comeback, he's going to fight against the White House law. And he runs in, he's going to shoot away. And he goes in for a takedown and go whack like this. So I'm like right straight out from here, from eyebrow over like this, like salute the president. And then straight from that, like right as I'm ready for the shoot on it. And then I look for cop, and go, like this, and just whack him, like in the neck like this. And he will come off like a chicken, like it's like a complete soft chicken. And like one. You stop it right off myself. Carol shot was so far that he would like cut his neck like you were going to fever, off like a big chicken. You know how to do that. I'm not encouraging people to do that, but it is part of cooking when it's looking. At travel shows in some places of the world, they have like a light chicken, and you order a chicken to bring in the whole country. So look at all the I'm not going to do it, but you have to check out. So basically, this is the type of stuff that that's why you don't see the fighter you see, because the type of techniques of trade are too illegal. It's like too effective to be allowed, because they like the Corona shot, the 12-6 Corona shot, like Corona to talk a little bit about, and I got not like these. A license and we get a license on the set, this is not cool. But if they that shoots on me, and I go 12-6. Okay, so you already know the 12-6 elbows are illegal in UFC. Now you better have Davis 12-6 corner shot would be like this, that kills someone that feels the best, or well, Conor McGregor is shooting on me. Which what I mean by it's shooting, but you have my legs, it's like I got my legs. Get more about the message, something like aggressive guys strikes to the kind of they'd be desperately trying to stop the onslaught. They'd be looking to stop, like desperately make the fire and brimstone air will drop. Therefore, impacts the greater to stop happening for the and it's like what the weather guy do. And it'd be like a heat seeking this out the favorite is just summer. And it wasn't fight, I was looking at this. I was doing some research on Shell South and the next fights. There was a fight, I don't know which one. We looked at Tito, watching Tito at 10. There was not only one matches. We looked at we had 10. Dr. Johnson recognized. I think he could do that. I said, well, if you tap, I'm not going to recognize it. So it's not that incredible. I mean, I'm losing my water. You had to drag off. You had to be off to the taste to get the off. You had to go. Well, the whole piece of that. Yeah, I got qualified right by that. What is it? Like, it's simple. I mean, I lose my water. So I get the whole lot, I'm trying to keep it. And then people would say the bread costs off the pot. They have to get the coffee and taste me out of that. We have to buy classic balls and we have to do coffee. They have to cool me off, so they have to taste me. Get like all the once I get that get the neck or baby albatross, baby bird trolls in like I got some roots I'm like working on. But it's just new when I get the top. The big dog. And it becomes your worst all part. I don't think about the truth. I don't think about the grass. So it's like I've been thinking about this as a new. If you think there's like the guy is like a dude like the baby because he can't stand the bag with the rebounds and as he falls down the old spice cycle on his legs and these people are like because he just like to throw himself on the back of the dog's sleeping here because he can't stand the pressure of standing in the bag. It's like he throw himself on the back because he dog organizing submission. Okay. So anyway, okay. And it's easy enough that that's the setup is meeting you. I don't know. Like if the other person, let's say the shell soda maybe, and that's a piece of work. As I'm going to like I had a boom, I'm seeing shit on the floor and the position I was up with later. I feel like this is a handful of what we're gonna do. There's the work. He's got his leg. He's got his legs here. I get his legs. Okay. Pull on it while leaning back. I still maintain a hold of his leg. Here's still being true. This is true. And I go like this on the shoulder. And you can take his legs going here. It's almost like an arm bar. So I get this, do like this. Extend. Okay. And I go like this. Then, why would that not work? Explain to me how that would not work. Understand? This is what I'm talking about. The guy is here on his belt. He's got a leg here. So his leg, either is put here or I end up having here. I got to put here. Maybe do through a kick. This is good. One hand here. If I get the other hand here, it's even better. Possibly you want to put something at the bar to keep it from going down. But good. So this is true. Like this, cool, and then we'll take the other way. That's got to be doing something. It's got to be doing something. I can feel it. It's got to be doing something. I can just get this hook there, but for a moment they get that hole there, and then like an alligator roll, and then here we go 3, 2, 1. Like this, and I'm rotating my whole body, and also with the hands like this. And yeah, whatever. So it's like these guys are still kind of like babies. They want to hold themselves on the back and then things like this. When I was in police, like kindergarten, maybe for 4 years old, and like the nurses would be called, like the ladies that had to take care of the little kids and be like, hey, they did like that. And we had an exercise hour a day or what it is. And you had laying on your back and being on an imaginary great bicycle. I remember that still, and it's for yesterday. And we are 40 years old. And doing like this, and doing like you're on your back in the bicycle, like you class as a 4-year-old. Okay, so it's like it's still left back. It's like these guys are special needs somehow. That's not how you ride a bicycle, first of all. You're not supposed to be shadow boxing right in the middle of a fight. What are you? These small Dolores, you got disqualified, you got banned from the UT. He was a leg locker, and he would use a lot of leg locks, and they wouldn't let go. So he would get a guy's leg and start turning it was good, and got him into his leg to turn. The guy with the screaming pig and I'm tapping out. The rules is tapping out. And the judge, the referee would have gone in and waved it off, and he kept it, and he wouldn't have gone. It was kind of strange. Yeah, so Max are green team. Instead of thinking about who I want to find or want to take, so why not for this person? Totally Ferguson. I believe definitely I can hold my own for a while. And that's not saying I think who goes needs to be. It doesn't believe my ability to beat much anyone. And to be more necessary, you know what it does. I will have to go back and look at his most recent MMA fights to get a feel for his style. That's more clear. It's been too long since I watched a full, like a recent fight. Last time I saw him fight with boxing. So I would have to look at him moving in MMA and get a feel for it. Get a feel on the camera. Like how to train. Not that we had that that's not kind of good thing, but I would like to have it. That's not about this year, but that was it. And what would happen from getting about having why it would be a whole it wouldn't be easy to think. And I want to be realistic. So you understand? So if I think about this hypothetical, so I go, what if I'm like, what I'm going to be and what I would essentially be and snap I have to move to what that right now. Because I mean, what help that session sometimes if you do the role that right session. Do I believe that I could like right now touch on my time which I end up doing? I believe that I could. I believe that I could. I believe that I could because I have the belief faith in myself that I could have now that's not saying the same hundreds of the rule or that the reason that I say that is because these guys move. But it is the great environment to accomplish that makes me willing to start with them. Now, when I thought about this before, it's happened like if I'm not training for percentage, I hope for that's what I'm thinking. Water. So what if I was that see that's how that's what I'm thinking about. So basically, we had 12 like that right now. Thank you. That can all actually probably paint. That's usually dark, but part of my training sometimes is not training something. In my mind, I'm thinking about possibly like a certain form or something. That if I'm training my type, what essentials do you follow? Or what might I be? What might happen? So if I'm training, then it's not about what essentials. This is väldigt svårt. Now what I thought about put myself in mind that I get more time for something that I would like to do before that. So there's nothing that I could walk around right now. I could use the right or see. Just right now. I could tell a portion here right now. I think it was see it. No 6 month training camp. I want to just as is right now. Right now, I can feel that I'm making right or see it. I can feel it in my breathing in my arms. So it was cool. Now, cute is not the same as saying good 100% stuff. But cute. So, when I thought about that, the whole transcension, I want this do more type of it. One of the things that I thought I'd like that if I do that, I'll take advice. There's like a chance of advice. One thing that I condition my sheep. So I feel like I already had the speed and the power. I have enough technique to work. I have a chance to defend against stuff. So it's like the power support I can hurt with some of the techniques of the training. If I can let it know, down about the section, even if the burger is helpful. I have to work. Instead of that, go there. Yeah. So, now one thing that I would like to do, I'd like to have all police and chief on. Because you got to be checking cakes and like eating cakes, taking cakes to your legs from, what like essentially a whole accountable. Like if you don't want to have soft shits, you want to have iron shits. Okay, you want to have strong shit balls. I wouldn't want to have like a problem with very big balls or that, it's fine. I wouldn't want to anyway, so these people's symbols are closer to steel than gold. You know. Yeah. No. Yeah. That possibly I would get like my signature would be that turn around and walk and keep me nuts. No, especially turn around and then keep it like this at force. Keep it at force and you. Or it's such a tight move. Now we're doing it with the athletics, but they will not that expand. So it has to be quick. So if you break it down to say it's part, maybe from here, turn around, it's not that the group spot. That's all the way down like this. And I'm not aiming for slots, but it did not shit happen. I'm aiming for here, but it's better get him here. People, which might get it from a few kids. People in Seattle, students in Sweden, is no peace in life. So yeah, I'm living it. They'll come out another cup of coffee. I like it, people don't get it. That you're really angry at this point. Yeah, so anyway, I bought the kind of cycles, so it's like this a week where I go check any MMA channels, dog Google any fighters, dog look for any fights to look at. And I'm doing, and then they're getting to like it's such a this is inferior to cycles. I'm not doing it. It's like I'm not really this is the regular. A lot of things are like the regular. It's not like every day. I go look at some sports channel and watch it. It could be a week where I'm not looking at that sports channels or MMA channel. Then I get into the more one of the things that one of the benefits is, I said this before, strong people get inspired and then weak people get envious. So it comes up in a little course. And then the extra out of it, whatever. There's a lot of people that see people do shit online. And what they do as a result is to go and hate on them in the comments. That's quite common in Denmark. The other men, they see another guy do this, and what they do is go and then hate on in the comment section. Rather than like that. Do you understand? It's like it would be less weird if you have to see me and you have a question this time. But you have to act like that. You understand that when I have a live stream training, all the building types up, when they go and learn, there's always these guys training on camera. It's like, knows how to not go and alcohol live training right now. And even aggressively, you'd be less toxic if you just instead of losing stuff, like just respond by hitting on it. It's some kind of usually like stuff, exercise things. You understand? If you're less toxic, you respond to seeing a guy training on camera relation. To go like I'll go live like Ed mentioned, Mike's like great shit with this training and kind of thing. They go live and work like outside or something. You understand? Now, how does that happen? It's like it doesn't. So, anyway, that's the point. I get inspired by things. And inspired us to have to be a fan. Okay? I'm not a fan for anybody. But it's like if I open up Instagram and I go to certain channels, I take a look at and martial artists and sometimes that for training coach and stuff that take something. You go. Yeah, so a lot of times I see somebody training martial arts, somebody's Instagram, some athlete, and it gets me fired up and then I feel like preparing myself. Then that's one of the things that one of the benefits. So I don't aim to be a person who's like stuck in the sidelines looking at other people doing things. I spend more time producing content than I spend consuming it. I spend more time making live streams video on YouTube than watching. I spend more time making podcasts than watching podcasts. And I would say that we'll go through the math like one a year. I will spend podcasting, and then we can get into what counts as a podcast. If I won't have a live talk for 3 hours, you call it a podcast. If you want to call it a podcast, instead of having guests and do live or whatever, that's the point. You don't want to, so this needs a little bit of my 2 cents and teach and stuff. There's a problem with young men being effeminate. And the young men wasting their time too. Where there's too many guys in the 20s with dad balls. Which, you understand, there's too many guys in the 20s and 30s with dad balls. And basically, a lot of people are wasting their time playing video games and looking at sport rather than like probably managers and sort of getting into sport. And it doesn't have to be that you're doing it to be professional, but like doing something, a solo sport, a team sport, whatever. Because it's like there's certain seasons in life. And 5 is a young man's game, typically, which means your 20s and 30s is when it's more natural for you to be doing sports. Okay. Here's another thing. I know
people that are show up being old. There is a podcast, we have some guys at 86 who used to be born. You can tell, even if they stop training for like 10 years, a lot of you can tell that they have been working out real hard at some point. So I do believe simply that if you exercise hard until you're like 50 in a certain way, and then you stop like completely, there can still be some lasting positive effects of having had a big chunk of life of exercise. That's something maybe I really should make more videos like what I was doing earlier today, where I'm making videos, hey, athletes, following athletes especially. Like here's things you can learn for recovery, for enhanced performance, for combat sports, protect yourself from brain damage. There's things that I can do, but maybe I have to do more. And work to reach a certain subsexual population, but not more open. Now the confidence that I have is it's like I talk a big game, but it's like I know what's like when I make videos, I'm not a sensationalistic person who makes things up. Like I'm better at going to get this. When I say this because I'm sure that's true. I'm certain that that's true what I said about photographers. That he's a shield. That I'm more competent than he is when it comes to teaching people how to mitigate brain damage, prevent, deal with pre-existing. That's also cool. And I do believe certainly, I'm sure, that my health fitness advice is better than this. Over here, basically, it's really pissed off the occasion. Really actually, yeah. It's open with bad one. There's a seat on there. Yeah. A lot of birds don't overtake those in the middle. Now they fly, like crows and magpies and doves, pigeons, and seagulls. Is the patterns and how they operate, how they fly, is they flap the wings a lot, they gain altitude, they catch a curve like an upward, and then they like it open the glider. So the main at the flapping is either to break the fall as the landing or to gain altitude and find a wind curve to glide, and then they glide. That's what I see. But a lot of the birds here, Swedish birds in this neighborhood, they actually that's something that how they fly. But they spend a time they all around, they flap or in a tree and they want to go out. They flap a lot. There's a lot of exerts a lot of energy, there's a lot of flapping to gain altitude. And what they do is they're looking for a curve, like an altitude. Right? So they're not looking to keep flapping, and they're flapping to find like a jet stream, like you find like a ride that you get, and then they're getting from the rider. So they're energy efficient. Like if you sit on a corner out there, that's a spot where you can sit. And they're gonna go down there. They're not gonna like flap off or whatever, like they glide down, and they're not flapping to slow down. And the smaller the bird, the more flapping. There's less wind, like wind surface area that you glide. I guess I reckon that's how it works. It's like there's more the larger the wings, the more lift you can have from the wing and in the wings the right way. It's like body size to wing ratio and a total weight to wing size and things like this. One of the things that I like when I went to on a day trip I actually was liking that. I went to day trip to a lake and was swimming and stuff. On the way there, I saw either an eagle or a falcon. But sometimes you go in the countryside, you see real things. Like here, I'm not seeing the those type of birds, but sometimes if I go somewhere, like to the countryside, you go past farmers and stuff, you see hawks and at least once I've seen eagles. Thank God, another day. Living life.
I saw, yeah, these numbers, $2 bills. I don't care. I'm not going to eat this, do something like that. But I have to use the company before. So, issue, and honestly, $2 bills. My sorrow for gold. $2 bills, that's it. Okay, but like I said it before, they want me to talk about $2 bills. I saw a post on Facebook today. It wasn't called, but police officer got back from woman. I don't know if man or boss over, or the customer temple bowl, or boss over there with, okay. If I was called that, or the customer temple bowl, or boss over these else. So, anyway, this is email call, but they had like PSA, sometimes it's like they shows up. And in Facebook, like random stuff. Sometimes it's Swedish private, and I don't have big fault. But then some shows up in Swedish private and shouted at people. They have to run this off because I'm more in the start, but make it even harder for you. But it's okay. And I'll be like, enough is enough, I'm getting it all. It's okay. I got to make deals. It's important. Yeah, by the way, there was a post that I on Facebook. It's like, we love stuff, so it's supposed to be jokes. Like, it's like kind of questionable, like a lot of things they say about the correct this time. I guess we talked about the mess you do, but also you like all things to make beautiful movement, like almost over this. And one of the things I'm true I would say is a soft group is not jealous. Oh, I raised the different. I commend the flags. Okay. So it's important. I object. So it's the thing. Objective for, section sub, the, objective for, as the, whatever it is, it's important. So it is, so the report is, $2 still is up. I said, $2 still is up. It's not, it is. It's two. Yeah. It's two. What is love? It's two. Okay. It's two. It's jealous. It's love. It's you. It's you. Me. It's you. You jealous. Love. It's two. Okay. Jealous. Love. Sitting in the tree. Holding hands and kissing me. Okay. There is one. Yeah, it's two. You know. Yeah. And Mike. Doing it. Like. It's you. Don't like it. No, is idiot, is true, me, no, oh, is true, you, is true, is you. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, so yeah, remember it first. True love is jealous now, I said it. True love is jealous now. God is jealous now. So we said, whoa, call the argument. Mike says that both claim that true love is jealous now. Whereas, I'm not surprised it's upside down, bro. It's like, there's a lot of people that, yeah, it's bad, it's looked down, like if your spouse is like jealous of you, and like jealous, and like, I don't like you hanging out with you guys. It's like, but that's jealous. True love is jealous of. True love is possessive and jealous. True love is possessive and jealous. Like so. True love is jealous. Not cool. This one. This love over here. This one. True love is jealous of and possessive. So that's the scriptures. True love is what? It's jealous and possessive. My wife. My husband. You can't have true love without being possessive. It's my wife, my husband. Not yours, not theirs, it's mine. It's true love is possessive to be for. True love is possessive love. Okay. You are my wife. So true love is possessive. You are mine, I think. Not that's an all, and we were about true love is possessive, and true love is jealous. That true love is possessive and jealous. God is a jealous God. So if being jealous is a bad thing in relationships, God is the standard, which like what is God can't do anything wrong. God is entirely non-toxic. There's nothing in his behavior, character, nature, sentiment, temperament, thoughts, feelings, anything that is bad, negative, toxic, wrong. Okay? So if God, when he has love, is jealous, that is a whole argument that jealousy in love is not bad. Because God can't be bad in any way. See? So, yeah, true love is jealous love. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. True love is jealous love. True love is jealous love. All the way. All the way. Which means if you don't have jealousy, you don't have love. So, now what does jealousy mean? It means that you're really averse to the idea that the object of the love, like the person you love, would be loved and loving someone else in the same way. Where do you understand? That's true love is jealous. So, what does it say in the Bible? The Lord our God is jealous God. So, a lot of times human relationships is like they didn't apply to the God to man relationship, where the church or Christ Christians are in feminine capacity to God, the bride of Christ, and then God is the man relationship. And as a Christian, you are in the feminine capacity, meaning you are to submit to Jesus, you are to obey, you are to. Do you understand? So in every way, even a man who's a Christian is acting in the feminine capacity towards God or often. Because you're supposed to submit to Christ, he's the powerful seed. So if you look at you're in the feminine capacity or a Christian to Jesus to God is similar to a wife to a husband. Because you are to be submissive. You are to obey God, Jesus. He is the powerful one that's your provider, protector. So God is your provider, protector.
and you are not as Christian who are providing and protecting God. So God provides and protects for you, and He's your guide and everything else. So anyway, I'm gonna finish up. I'm gonna start with my phone, get some more caffeine this morning. So we gotta finish on disclaimer. So I made some jokes about medical stuff. So don't try anything you do this action at home. And, don't try anything you do this action at home. And let's just pull up a disclaimer. I got a graphic. Got a graphic here. Disclaimer starts. Yeah. Seems to be lagging. Clicking, but we've got this lag effect there. See, I'm clicking, but nothing's happening. I have a little toilet paper gloves here. I use house of paper, toilet paper very creatively. I use it for like other people have like that do what they call it, they don't tape it, they have cloths, but they now they before I use it as gloves. So what is this one? I'm gonna finish up. I like 4 hours a week because it let's finish with this. So little disclaimer, middle disclaimer. Nothing is satisfaction is one person is and we will not try anything to do such a thing. It's not before we do it. Don't control either by trade professional foundation which they think of. So it's I have seen it for them, which God can do enough to them. Which they live in beauty. Also, the safety open was another so let me finish this. If you're not a Christian, I would recommend you become one. Because if you don't, you're not going to turn the next time. Which, unlike what the church hammer, it's not, so but this what it was not. The Bible teaches the killer conscious okay. I've teach for a long time, but I thought about passing the Bible teaches that if you go to the lake of fire, you don't spend eternity in hell. You do both times at all. So you don't spend eternity in hell at all. I'm not going to decide if you die or not. I thought that because I don't think the necessary God can lead you sometime you're going to go to hell. And then the fire. God telling you fire. Yeah, that's Bible fire. That's why we teach you. So, if you don't like it, then you have to God. So anyway, the Bible teaches that you spend eternity cautious in the lake of fire, which means what the lake that away. You spend eternity. If you go to the lake of fire, which most people unfortunately will. Most people are used to that lake of fire. That 99% of what people go to the lake of fire. 99%. At least 99% of people will end up going to the lake of fire. There's no one in the lake of fire, there's no one in the lake of fire. God will give us hell and then God does
force the body to walk out. Only people who don't choose not to walk. And every person has the option to choose not to walk out. Which means God has made it possible for every person to see salvation and have that found. And spend eternity in heaven. But it is that people are willfully rejecting the truth and not caring about the love of God, and it is just everyone being on the wrong side of eternity. So, if you're not a Christian, I recommend you to come on before you die. And if you don't become a Christian, you don't get saved. You'll have to spend eternity like a time. Then you shall somehow live a life as a time. So if you're not saved, then there's no living for life from life teachings. Which means you can't spend time. What does that mean? That means you get thrown into the lake of fire and you stay there, being the lake of fire, burning. And the lake is burning hot, is almost the second day. And you'll have no rest day. So if soul sleep was to be rested, it was like what atheists teach, that soul sleep is a one has this calmness perception, calm about the false beliefs that we have of atheists, we are not actually like that, you know, to go back and fall asleep. Well, that would be rest. When they fall asleep, there's a lot of people that sleep for a couple of more than dreams. They spend 8 hours not knowing anything. That's quite powerful. It's not every person that has like wake up and go to go to sleep, wake up, and after 8 hours, and then it goes out and check it. But it is the answer no, I didn't have to read that. And maybe they could, yeah, so I could read. I remember it. I really cool, but I never read. I remember that it was that I was the first person to read. Not really true, but it's like I found forms that I was, so that every form Swedish $10, like $1 for that profit was $1, TV gold. And then like gold, glass color, kind of gold color. And it was like a low level, okay? And it's like close, like the board was covered somewhere. It's in there, it's down low and kind of dark. And it's like, it feeling was like, I found money and I was going to get it. And it's like 10 pounds, Swedish 10 pounds. And it's like here and there, like okay. So possibly if I send that into like the Greek council, it's like a friend, you know, and it's like I would say if you I guess over in you or something like this. Then they let me and this guy's just a cousin. I said this guy, he said this guy is looking at you. Okay. He's got funny hands, and he's got funny heads with us, and got this spicy death of people, and blame for evil and stuff. Okay, and lots of money. He's reasonable fun. This is gonna be Christmas. They all have groups of like mothers. Who says, hey, don't do this, this is stop water. It's like, the beach is still off. It's like, they have a black pocket in the beach like that. It's like, everyone sees that he's scouting belly, and then instantly he's switching to airport, his body will be water, and that's water. It's like, they're going to that's it. You download something in your water, or something, but if there's something that's like scary, it's always 10 times. It's like a 10 time point here, and I saw like that. So, possibly, if I said that is like, the one is a huge newspaper, a big deal, okay, and then I like, we can write like, people, sort of like, okay, also has yeah, anyway, that being is you have to collect more money than so we don't want to talk about the beats of money, we're about to do here. That's the degree of interpretation is set forward with and Jesus. And yeah, interpretation is we need to collect as much money as possible and send it to us. But okay, that's not also like a dream. That's more as a thing of money. That's not what I want to do. Do I want money? The city, that's the city of life. Oh, doesn't want to pay my bill for me. I want money. Do I want money? That is why this is. That's what it's played for. When they give the title on this, your boss. They have that, I guess, on the dog had it played last week. What was that? That wasn't even dollars. It's like, it wasn't something, but it's like, bigger, not just complicated. Like the news score guy produced on your sports like these towels. It's like that, like, that's my thing, it's like where it is, conspiracy stuff, the question, how quick it be, across the country, that we're on the only, but one of the people ones that I don't know. It's like, my thing would be, if you trace the tower, it's like they're gonna lead to like the basement four blocks. And one of them, and another branch is not supposed that we're going to be like, he's in the brain my life. And the branch is off one of those that will go off and the other one. And then we're going to have another one go into the White House. We'll have to do where it's the root after the good that's power like that. Because they did this root that's where there's a power on. They got to have pushing up like that mold. They'll be lined up the walls. Which are preaching in the there's animals speaking. It is a test, but it is a new form. They have like a mold, they got packaged life. They might have a little century with that life. Okay, oh, I need to open it life. Oh, dog, okay. But it's like, oh, it is life, they're like dogs. And they need to travel. And what they do is like, they need to tell us to get the value, to come up and inform us. What's that? And you're like, oh, it's sweet. There's a carrot that I didn't take that keep somebody else. Or it's like 12 of them. Where it's like, oh, that's how I walk up, you know, for myself. And that's so anyway, it's like, you have to do stuff, the conversation we did, is probably a good day, man. It's gonna lead to the basic four blocks, and that's where they have their four blocks. And then it's gonna be branched to the wide, it's gonna be the main one, and you can branch off the four block base, and another one goes to the White House. And whatever leads to that house is actually like a legal net somehow. Because like it's a reason, it's a, you cool, it's like tariffs up, taxes down, more tyranny, less. Okay, the very levels of power. This is one of the highest that we ever seen. Yes, 100%. We're sitting before. Yeah, so that's I mean, again, for this thing. Yeah, we need to do this thing. So, all of this nice to because we did a lot of forms before we started all this. We were short, so yeah, right, it's a corner structure in the way it's a lot of stuff, but this is like the right corner. That's more of a study than we're like more here. So this thing, it's going to be a pressure jokes and be good. These are jokes, fun jokes, and like kind of that was cool. Yeah, I don't care. I told you out there. I'm told you, and I don't care if it doesn't call you. I told you. Okay, I told you. But why did you so this bad thing to live. Did I say I'm pro Jews do bad things? In actuality, no. So that's like it's like a lot of the arguments that you get like a Christian gospel. And it's like you got maybe it's more like that. I have more people come. So you're for genocide and really debate a lot of this. So no, I didn't say that. I said I'm pro Jew, pro Israel. So I'm pro weed, one of my wife. I'm not for her eating sugar. Okay? And if you be like, wake up one day, you know, I'm gonna become a serial killer. I'm not against that. Okay, see, but I did it before her. And the reason I'm against that, I hate weed because and also myself. So it is for maybe myself. But it is for. So it is for. I gotta finish up. 4 hours, 14 minutes, 3 seconds. We've been living life, making videos, live stream. And this is most likely not the last live stream. I got things to do. I got things to do. Time flies. Time flies. And I don't really like about this life, finish up on that. Like the video, I like it. It has 3 goals on it. And it's either M-A-K-A or Moku. With her Moku man. Each life. If you like to kill Bill, the life might be teaching death. Okay. The whole Quentin 17 movie, what's it called? God Kill Bill. The whole blood of their Kill Bill. There was a knife right between the black and white. I don't know who the actor was or something. But it always like a retired assassin or what is it? Got a normal lifetime guaranteed that living suburban life. Even though for some looking for life or vengeance. And then it's not spoiled, but that's without spoiling you. So it's a once kids listen to murder. So once I spoiled everything about that. That's the part how it begins for this point. So this in fact with this top line trying to teach them. If you start fighting people with knives, don't be surprised if somebody gets hurt somehow. Understand? It's not a safe activity. But anyway, it's one. I'm going to finish up with 417. Finish up with the third one. So yeah, if you're not a Christian, meaning if you're not saved, you're not sure you can become sure. You can receive salvation from what? From hell, the lake of fire, by simply trusting, believing what God wants you to trust and believe. What does God want to trust and believe in Lord Jesus Christ for sure? Because Christ is that is the apostle of the and I don't count that as the highest of God's position, but it is. What I said is true. I need to wash my hands with those. So, let's go to the video. Today I was watching extra concerns that were extra stuff in there. So I could feel that whole here. I could feel like there was accident. Just put it there. That is like this intuition wants to say, I can feel that whole there. That is like, I feel like it's like, I can feel that now might come up. It is actually, I feel like it might be. I sometimes I train like that. I'm about to train, and I don't feel like it's risky, but this is my partner. Wrong, I can feel it. There's something's wrong. Okay, it's like that I put like some extra stuff in my Christmas talk here. To keep the blood inside the body, it's something wild. Keep providing. That is one. Those are extra layers here, so probably lose. Well, when I said programming stuff, okay, enough is enough already, knock it off. Go test it at the school, that's one. Be homework. Yeah. No, don't be surprised if we like it. I get into, I call it a manic state. Now that might be separate, because we'll just I call it, and it's more of a positive factor. I hate your curiosity. If I really ask me a question, it will matter if you question. It's like I use the word radio, right, or manic. Okay. Sometimes it's like if I don't sleep all night, I end up being too hyped up and then I to fall asleep. But I end up being up all night and then all day. And correlated with that, it's like I get that super hyped up in high gear, then it's like lock into high gear go mode, and it's like, and then that's what I mean by manic. Okay. So they might be, so it needs to have some other components to, for it to be classified as these and full time as manic. So basically, I have this hair sometimes where I can't sleep, and then I'm hyped up, and then energized. It takes some time and then work to get out of it. Anyway, I'm gonna finish up. So let's go. I was gonna teach my kids about this school. People will buy the chair more floors. And then sometimes you say that you do others. That's well, if it's a secular book or something, doesn't mean it's not safe enough. There's no problem ever if you go to watch for it. Then if you have your senses disturbed, exercise you should use disturbed, you become less vulnerable to disease or bad things. So it's like, you shouldn't be a person where you can't beat something that's everything probably overcome by everyone like almost automatic disease. I watch people heads all the time. I can watch cameras all day, and I can be like, watch the John Piper, Joe MacArthur, that have more curiosity, keep watching videos, and they never get to put their arm check and all that stuff. It's not like I'm so weak mentally I can't watch a video without being deceived, like by default. And I'm also a lot of people are so weak mentally disturbed that if they're watching something bad, it really rubs off and also by default. That if they spend time listening to some of the work you see, you can be deceived. Be like that. You should be less than that all the time. Anyway, I've got to finish up now. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Save the bookmark to this channel. Copy the channel. Take it as a bookmark if you want to really watch my future classes. Because I do seriously suspect that even sometimes if people subscribe, they get unsubscribe. That if people subscribe to the subscription as a mistake, I suspect that can happen. So like that. They want to ensure that we catch my future content for the live get to option. I would recommend that you copy that save my channel to bookmark or the channel link in the text document or figure out what words to circumvent the shadow ban that matching service. A lot of channels are not subscribed to it, and if we want to get it out with this stuff, like in general. Okay. So, salvation by faith law, which means only faith and nothing works. Like all these perceptions, words have a part to play, either entirely, mostly, partially, or a little bit. Those not true. A little bit of words against love. A little evidence of love. how you hold it. I'm not asking, I'm telling. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not asking, I'm telling.
I kept the stream on. I do this sometimes. I go live and then I leave the stream go. I'm cooking. I'll end up doing 2 med today, as a matter of fact. So if I deviate from what's standard diet, I take cheat meals. I like to update my views today. I'm not gonna be one of these fitness influencers because that's part of what I do. Fitness content. There's like a secret they having a different diet. It's like a fake vegan or something. There's a guy's like, I never eat too good, man. Like 2 times a month, picks out and keeps it secret. You understand? So, since people know that I do omega fasting, I talk a lot about that. I do omega fasting. Takes discipline. On the rare occasion when I do 2 med, I like to update people. I'm doing 2 med today. So, today I end up doing 2 med. I ate before. Had all 6 hours. No more. Gotta be 12 plus hours. And I'm cooking right now. Chicken and the rice. The rice and the chicken. Chicken and rice. Let's open now. Let's see a bit of oven smoke. So I'm gonna finish up. Gonna end this live stream. Fix it to eat pretty soon. Then I'll continue.